Welcome back to Winds of Change. It's been a little while since we last played the game, so we definitely have to do a little refresher for what happened. So we're about to go to the big table to speak with Dominic and the rest of the group about the rebellion, or the rest of the rebellion to talk about what to do next. Yeah, we'll have to see how things pan out. We were also getting pretty close to Pro last time, so interesting to see how the interactions start to pan out over time. Let's get into it. So it was 12th of March when we last played. Oh my god, longer than I thought. Okay, so I think it's yes. I was about to say game, please. Oh yeah, we've got one more member that we've yet to come across to, but we'll find out about him later. Oh boy. But let's go in, shall we? Map. Alright, let's go to the war table. Oh. Warning, moving to the war table will initiate Act 3. Act 3 is a long series of cutscenes with no side content. Please make sure you have sufficient time to set aside to watch. Well, good thing we left it for today, so let's hop in. Alright, let's go. Get yourselves comfy, chat. I enter the war room and see Dominic standing over the table. He's moving wooden figures from place to place, forming a strategy. I guess this was my first time seeing him in action. It was impressive.
I'm glad you came, Cires.
He talks to me while he works, displaying grace and lack of effort. It's almost like this is second nature for him. What was he planning? Hey Mard, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. I notice a map on the table with figures scattered about different regions.
So tomorrow we'll begin your training with the Blade of Exodus. But in addition to that, we'll have to train you in swordplay as well. I think Ulrich should be free. I can't really think of a better teacher.
He eyes the scabbard on my back and the base of the sword.
We think that the more you use it, the more you'll tolerate it. If you're like me, you got overwhelmed the moment you touched it. It's about adapting. Slow exposure will help you become stronger.
Right, yeah, of course.
But we're also in a rush, so I've worked out a schedule for you. It balances both exposure therapy as well as combat training. There's a bit of free time in there too. You'll be needing it.
I was gonna say, yeah, I definitely need the free time. He points to a paper resting on the board table. I pick it up and start to inspect the contents. It's a detailed itinerary. I'm impressed.
Now, there's one more thing. The spirit idol we discovered is right down there. It's a bit of a walk, so I'll have to show it to you later.
He points to a small exit in the back corner of the room. It almost looks like the entrance of a cave. It stands out. They must have dug out a large portion of this room.
It's also where I chose to bury Salus, our former leader. I guess I can be sentimental when it comes to that stuff. It just seemed like the right thing to do, you know? Now, let's go over your...
Before he can continue, he's immediately cut off. Crow runs into the room, panting heavily, clearly exerted. There's a hint of fright and concern on his face, too. Uh-oh.
Dominic, come quick!
Pro, what's going on? I'm in the middle of a meeting here.
The meeting can wait, Dominic, please! Chris is here and he's causing a commotion!
Oh.
What? All right, let's go. We should probably talk to him, Cires. I'm pretty sure I know what he's after.
We all nod to one another and Pro starts leading the way. Whatever was coming our way, I'm sure Dominic could handle it. Watching this invokes my desire to make a furry visual novel. Do it. We run to the atrium. Atrium? I forgot how you pronounce it. To handle the situation as fast as we can. When we arrive, I see Ulrich standing imposingly before Grizz. A good choice. Ulrich could fight off almost anybody.
Stand down, Grizz.
I only want to see Domek. We had a deal, and it's his turn to deliver. Don't forget, I'm the only reason you're down here.
Grizz looks back. Grizz looks back toward us, noticing our entrance.
Please, Ulrich, stand aside. Insubordination isn't your style.
Oh, Vol, I totally understand how you feel. I'm the same. I have so much to do. He tilts his head back toward Domek. Ulrich turns and looks, noticing that we're here. Saying nothing, he turns around and walks away. He rests his back against the wall and simply watches. It seemed like almost all of the tension was cut from the air. Those two men in deadlock was a scary sight to behold.
Good. Now, Domek, it's time. Unless anybody else wants to challenge me.
I don't think I would want to mess with this guy, honestly. Domek takes slow steps forward, cautious not to make sudden movements. Grizz grips the handle of the hammer resting on his back, as if to threaten.
Now, Grizz, let's remain calm. I fully intend to hold up my end of the bargain. There was just some important business to take care of.
He motions toward me.
Yeah, I know. But all the pieces are in place, Domek. Will you please take me to see it?
Domek shuffles in place, anxious.
I suppose I can rearrange my schedule a bit. Sorry if it appeared like I was going back on my word.
I'll accept that apology when you take me to the idol. I'm sure you understand. I'm past the point of buying time. And make sure you bring that new friend of yours as well.
Very adamant about that idol. So is the idol he wanted? From the way he spoke, he wanted me as well. Of course this is all likely related to the Blade of Exodus.
Very well.
Domek simply concedes without contest. Of course, before we can move, there's an interruption. Being a rebel was a busy life. It's always something. However, this something was far bigger than any of us imagined. Domek looks on in shock as the young man slowly enters the room. With heavy, labored steps, they appear to be weak and tired.
Shane? Shane, you're back!
Oh, Shane! Domek runs forward and Grizz steps back. He seems to understand what was going on too. Oh. Hybrid! Welcome on in. Thank you for the long bit. Appreciate it. Thank you. Shane had come back from his trip to Balteas?
Domek.
Oh.
Shane, I can't believe this. I was so worried we lost you.
Everyone watches in awe.
Did they hurt you? Are you okay? Do you need anything? Pro, go grab some water, quick!
No, Domek, I'm fine. Don't worry about it, Pro.
Right, I just remembered what happened last time with Shane. Oh no, that's not good. Pro stops in his tracks upon hearing this. If anything, it just looks like Shane needed some rest.
I'm sorry, Domek.
For what? Oh, don't be silly, Shane. I'm the one who should be apologizing here. It was foolish of me to send you into danger like that.
By the way, apologies if you hear Tabby in the background. He's playing League. Shane steps forward and wraps his arms around Domek. Everyone seems so relieved and all of the tension is gone. Even Grizz cracks a smile as he watches his happy reunion. But Shane takes advantage of our lowered guard. No! Don't. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out a dagger. No, Shane! Before any of us can react, the damage is done. Dominic screams and stumbles back in shock. Oh, shoot. Shane was fast. His abdomen is covered in wounds. He shakes, blood spilling on the floor at an alarming rate.
Shane?
Oh, I didn't even see what the thing was up there. Ulrich is the first to react and he tries to restrain Shane. However, it's no use. He's far too agile to be caught.
Shane, what have you done?
He doesn't respond and grabs a bow and some arrows from a nearby weapon stand. All of us are panicking, not sure what to do. Could Ulrich take on Shane alone? Within a few moments, though, that is the absolute least of our worries.
Sophie, now!
Oh shoot, Sylvie's here too. Immediately after, Sylvie enters the room for the entrance to the tunnels. There's a man in a white suit of armor with him too, like the honor guard. What was he doing here? This was definitely coordinated. We're in trouble.
Sometimes I wish it wouldn't be so easy. Look, Helen, even the suits of armor are still alive. All the time in the world, and they didn't even act.
Pitiful.
They both look at all the honor guard in the atrium. Minding their own business, they just stumble around. There's a lot. They pose no real threat to anybody. Sophie steps forward, looking at all of us. Ulrich grips his blade and stands in the way.
Leave. Or else, what? I'll kill you.
Oh boy.
So dramatic, Ulrich. You've certainly grown. Where was that bravado 500 years ago?
Ulrich growls and grits his teeth, easily provoked. All of us are locked in place, too scared to move.
You're outnumbered. Don't test me. If Dominic dies, we'll find another leader. You've done no real damage to us, Sophie.
Okay, is it just me or does his head look smaller in this drawing? Is that just me? Something seems off.
Is that so?
Sophie grins and raises one of his hands in the air. With a dramatic snap of his fingers, I stumble back. The blade is reacting and trembling. What's going on? Whoa, there's a quick flash of white light. Wait, I know this feeling. From my vision of Valinor, when he animated those suits of armor. Can he truly manipulate the blade without even touching it?
Huh?
Alright, Zootopia, have a good day at work. He can. All hell breaks loose before I could even start to process these events. The honor guard grabs their blades and start massacring the rebels. With a simple snap of his fingers, he sent them all into a murderous rage. All I can hear is screams of agony as as our forces are caught off guard. Bodies start to litter the floor. Oh my goodness, sorry. Bodies start to litter the floor, while other rebels grab weapons and fight. Grizz runs forward and grabs Dominic's body, slowly dragging it away.
Cirrus, come with me. Let the rebels keep the enemy occupied. I have an idea, but you need to do what I say.
I nod and follow after him. Still not able to process anything. How would the rebellion recover from this? Within minutes, almost all of the rebels were killed. This isn't how things were supposed to happen. I look down at Dominic's body, and it's motionless. A trail of blood follows me and Grizz as we flee the area. Before we can leave the atrium, Shane notices the trail. Oh, for God's sake. I feel a sharp pain in my chest, and suddenly drop to the floor. Wait, what? I can't move. I look down and notice an arrowhead protruding from my torso. What? shot me in the back. That's all I can take in before everything fades away. However, with what just happened, I'm certain of one simple fact. Oh, Oh, that was a troop morale. Oh my god, that went down a lot. The rebellion is no more. What the heck? Melissa and 410 rushed to the atrium, frightened by the sound of commotion. Members of the honor guard rush past them to carry out their brutal objective. When they arrive, horror awaits them. Clear that the rebellion is lost.
Oh no!
Ulrich, what's going on?
Ulrich is locked in combat with Sovi, violently swinging his sword. Sovi dodges with ease, swaying his body from side to side. When he gets a chance, he lands a harsh punch in Ulrich's chest. Fallen back, Ulrich is brought to his knees. He pants heavily, trembling as he rises back up.
I don't hide behind a sword like you and your Cirrus. Now tell me, Ulrich, how does it feel to lose to me? To see everything around you crumble and fall?
Ugh. He laughs, that maniacal cackle echoing through the halls.
Perhaps now you regret changing sides.
Wait, he was on Sovi's side before? Is that what he's implying?
Never. This isn't over, Sovi. Stand back, both of you.
He waves his arm dismissively at Valessa and 410. However, it was already too late. The honor guard is closing in on them. Ulrich turns and tries to help them, but a blow to the back of his head knocks him down. Oh, jeez. He can only watch through blurred vision as the honor guard overpowers them. Screams assault his ears and are slowly silenced. Have they been killed too? He scans the room, trying to find Pro, but he can't. Perhaps he's among the bodies. Sophie steps over and kicks Ulrich in the gut. Ow! Causing him to grunt and roll over. A few moments later, he kneels down and stares Ulrich straight in the eyes.
You thought you had everything under control. Abandon Valenorth, gather your forces, and attack Balteus. It would work if we didn't have you in our grip the entire time. All we wanted was to destroy Mazeo's spirit idol, Ulrich, the final idol in all of Alestia. The sickness almost cured. I know what you're thinking, though. The vision of Valenorth? The Cirrus saw only what the Triumvirate wanted her to see. A trick to lure every single one of you down here. And after I kill you, the Cirrus's life and that blade will be mine.
Oh boy.
May the Triumvirate reign eternal.
Shane and Halen approach Sovi, leaving Ulrich to look up at all three. Sovi hands a hand out to Shane. Sovi holds out a hand to Shane, who gives him his dagger without hesitation. There we go, Jesus. Pressing it up against Ulrich's throat, Sobi pauses, savoring the fear in his eyes. Oh, Jesus.
I'd ask if you had any last words, but you don't deserve the satisfaction.
Not so fast!
Ooh, Pro to the rescue. Everybody quickly turns to look as Pro runs in from the tunnels. He pants heavily, having clearly run a large amount. He smirks.
Alex, do it now!
A few moments later, an army of pirates floods in from the tunnels. Sophie, Halen, and Shane quickly become defensive, trying to fend them off. It was enough now that they stood a chance. Their targets were clear. Using the commotion as cover, Pro rushes to Ulrich's side. He helps him get on his feet as he finally returns to his senses.
Where's everybody else? Valessa, 410, the Cirrus.
I'm right here. Ulrich looks down at the floor, ashamed.
It's too late.
Places a hand on Ulrich's shoulder. Shaking his head, he knows that Ulrich is wrong.
It's never too late. Come on, let's take them down. They won't get away with this. They can't.
Ulrich smiles and nods, and they quickly rush into combat. Things were starting to turn around. They were no longer outnumbered. Sophie, however, uses this commotion to sneak deeper underground. While everyone was distracted, his objective was clear. Riz carries me and Dominic into the room behind the war table. The massive spirit idol glows and radiates energy. Beautiful. Through my faded vision, it only appears more surreal and odd. He carries me to one side of the room and rests me down. I notice that the arrow in my chest is gone, replaced with bloodied wrappings. He must have treated me during the time I just lost. What about Dominic?
There were some supplies back in the crew quarters. I was able to treat your wound. No vital areas were harmed. It's almost like he did that on purpose. Unless you got really lucky.
Why would he do that on purpose, though? That's my question. He sighs and looks back at Dominic, who he had rested down on the other side.
But he wasn't lucky. I'm sorry, Cirrus. He's gone.
No, really? Oh, shoot! No.
But we can still fix this. This is what I've been wanting all along. A chance to tap into that idol's power.
He looks at the blade on my back. Reaching behind my shoulder, he undoes the scabbard. Or undoes. Yeah, that sounds better. Falls to the ground. Closes his eyes and takes a deep breath.
Please, let me take your blade. This is the deal I made with Domek. To free the spirits from those suits of armor.
I look up at him, confused. Pain courses through my body, and I tremble. I grab the scabbard and hold it tightly in my hands.
Please, Cirrus. There isn't much time. 20 years ago, I led the occupation with Sophie. The people I killed, they're trapped in those suits of armor. If you give me the blade, I can use the power of that idol. I'll release those spirits. I'll give them the freedom they deserve. I need to do this. It's the only way I can make up for what I did. And without the Honor Guard, this battle is won. Your allies can easily fight against Sophie and his men. There's still a chance to win here. We need to take it.
He looks down at the floor, and his ears fall flat.
I know why I recognized you and your friends back at my office. During the occupation, there were people that looked just like you. I was just following orders. Trust me, I regret what I did. All of it.
Yeah, didn't he, like, kill, didn't he kill, like, my character's parents, or like, Fortem's parents, or something along those lines? Wait, does he mean...
Your parents.
Yeah, there we go.
They were in Museo during the occupation, right? It's more than coincidence. This must be happening for a reason. They aren't dead, Cirrus. They're trapped in those suits of armor.
I noticed the glisten of tears forming in his eyes.
Sent there by me. Let me free them, Cirrus. It's what they would want. It's what they all want.
My grip on the scabbard tightens. Killed our parents? I could tell he's truly sorry, but it's just too much to take in. Pain in my chest gets more intense. I wince.
Here, I've got you.
He wraps one arm around me, slowly helping me to my feet. Together we take slow steps across the room toward the idol. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna stop here for a second because the ads are about to start. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, I was certainly not expecting Dominic to die. That was a bit of a shock. I actually do wonder though, like, does he somehow come back to life later, or is that it? Like, because of the choices I've made, it led to his death. I'm really curious about that. Obviously, don't spoil it for me. But I am curious. That's all right. Turn up the music a little bit because it is pretty quiet. Just the music in the on the title screen is usually very loud. The music here is gorgeous. I know Fox and Moore, they made the music for this game, or at least they were one of the people that made this game. I could definitely hear this is something that Fox and Moore would have made. They make some very beautiful pieces. Not mean to do that. Whoops. There we go. Alrighty, welcome back, fans, everyone. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. Let's continue. I look at Dominic's body in the corner of my eye, still and lifeless.
I stopped serving the Triumvirate the moment I got the chance. Being forced to live in those suits, forced to wear their colors. Nobody should have to suffer such a fate. We can fix this.
As we get closer to the idol, the earth starts to shake. From my sneeze, apparently. There's a massive reaction coming from my blade. Riz looks or holds me tighter as the tremors get more intense.
I picked up some information when I served the Triumvirate. That blade has the ability to bend its power to your will. It all depends on what the wielder wants it to do. They want power, and so it gives them an army. We want freedom, so that's what we'll have. Please, Cirrus, let me do this. It's all I ask.
Each step we take causes emotion to well up within me. It's all too much. It's all happening too fast. No matter how hard I think, I have no idea what to do.
I know it will kill me, but I've come to terms with that. It's a fitting punishment, considering what I've done.
We reach the idol, and I'm almost blinded by its light. I understand that Grizz wants his redemption, but his crimes against the world and our families were awful. I could always tap into the power of this idol myself. How would Valessa and Fortem feel if I sided with Grizz? Some crimes aren't forgivable. Is this one of them?
Please.
Oh, jeez. Alright. Ooh, this is a tricky one. So do we let Grizz sacrifice himself, or do we tap into the idol's power? Let me look back at the history. Hang on. Um, hmm. Well, I guess first and foremost, we probably should save. Um, that. I think. I mean, yeah, he does seem to genuinely. He does seem to feel bad about his decisions from the past. So I guess letting him sacrifice himself would redeem him. Um, okay, yeah, I think we'll let him do it. Punishment or redemption? Oh boy. Did Grizz give up his life to make up for what he's done, or let him live and hope for a different way? Yeah, I don't know. I felt like the sacrifice would probably be the best option. Like, it's. I would hope for a different way normally, but I don't know. I suppose it was. He truly felt bad for his actions in the past. Slight nod. I hand him the scabbard and he smiles.
Thank you, Cirrus. Stand back. This could get dangerous.
Doing as instructed, I stand there and watch him act. I need to back against the wall since the pain is still so intense. Without spiritual energy inside of him, the blade would kill him quickly. I'm glad that he thought it was a worthy sacrifice. Freeing the spirits and destroying the honor guard in the tunnels, tables would be easily turned. We'd come back from this defeat. He hesitates.
So I guess this is it.
I'm feeling kind of bad, but... Oh. Closes his eyes.
I'm sorry, everybody. I hope you can learn to forgive me. In your final moments, know the triumvirate will fall.
I see him take the blade out of the scabbard. But after that, I see only white. A blinding light. Grizz grunts, clearly overpowered by the blade. The ground begins to shake even more. It's worrisome since we're in a cavern. If it caved in, that would be the end.
You're free now. And so am I.
The light slowly subsides, and my eyes start to adjust. When they do, I see Grizz dead on the ground, clutching the blade. The idol starts to flicker. The lights slowly go and dim. Is it over? I slowly walk over to him, but the tremors continue. With a violent shake, I'm thrown on the floor. Crawling over, I do my best to reach the blade. Did the honor guard fall? Was this truly the end of this nightmare? What's the case as I arrive at the blade? Stabbing it into the ground, I slowly use it to help myself up. It's hard because of the tremors, and I almost lose my balance. Oh, excuse me. But with enough effort and strength, I'm finally back on my feet. It doesn't overpower me like before. This time I expect different. Like Grizz said, it bends to the will of the wielder. Everything has changed. Put the scabbard back on, but I hold onto the sword with a slight grin. I'm in control of it now. Why did that seem sinister? Is that just me? I stand there using the blade as a crutch. With the ground shaken so violently, it's hard to stand up. I'll need to go back to the atrium. They need to know about this.
No! What have you done?
Sophie charges into the room, catching me completely off guard. She stands there panting, looking at the idol and how it flickers. With a grunt of rage, she starts running at me, ready to attack. Because of the trembling earth, however, he stumbles a bit. I use this to my advantage and jump out of the way. Landing with a quick roll, I'm back on my feet. We circle around each other, both hesitant to attack. I hold out the blade, as if to threaten him.
There's so much you don't know.
He smirks and lunges forward to attack me. I hold out the blade to guard myself, but I'm not sure what happens next. With a snap of his fingers, mid-lunge, the blade suddenly vanishes from my hands. Uh-oh. A few moments later, it rematerializes in his. Uh-oh. That's not good. I don't have enough time to brace myself. It's already too late. Moments later, I'm on the floor with Sophie on top of me. So he can wield it. Just like the vision showed me. Gripping the blade in one hand, he uses the other to punch me. Repeatedly in my chest, causing the wound to open more and bleed. Ow! I kick and scream in agony, trying my best to withstand his harsh blows. He's smart. Soon enough, the pain is too much to fight back. I can only squirm and wince underneath him, enduring the assault. The cavern starts to crumble and pieces fall from the ceiling.
There's no one here to save you, Cirrus. Your life is mine, and the rebellion is no more.
Smirking, he lowers the blade to my neck.
May the triumvirate reign eternal.
I use all of my strength to reach up and grab the blade. Trying to push it away, I realize there's almost no point. Soon after, the blade reacts to both of our touches. Another flash of white light engulfs the entire room. Pressure's relieved from my neck, and I hear Sobi struggle. Just like Grizz said, the blade reacts to the will of the wielder. But whose will was stronger? I raise up my other hand to grab the blade as well. I close my eyes and focus with every fiber of my being. Spirits, please do something. Save me. Save us all. The light subsides and I see Sobi looking down at me in shock. I see the horror in his eyes, but I have no idea what just happened. Perhaps the blade gave him visions, like it did for me back in Valenorth. He panics and throws the blade on the ground.
So it is true. The spirit realm is...
Slowly standing up, he takes a few steps back. Looking down in my eyes, I can see sadness within him. So many conflicting emotions, all in the span of a few seconds. He scoffs and turns his back to me.
Remember my mercy, Cirrus. Next time you won't be so lucky.
To my complete shock, he simply runs away. I tilt my head to the side and watch him leave. The blade rests beside me, so I reach for it. But any hope of salvation is quickly lost. It's over. As soon as Sobi leaves the room, it starts to cave in. Rubble and debris block the exit, leaving me trapped inside. I look over Dominic's lifeless body and start to cry. My wound bleeds profusely, and my vision slowly wanes. With my final moments, I grip the blade and pray for help. Before I slip away into nothingness, that help never comes. Bro, what the heck? Ulrich and Pro stand back to back, destroying the honor guard with ease. The Pyres, on the other hand, keep Shane and Halen occupied. They were starting to come back from this. They could survive.
Another one down. Come on, Ulrich, pick up the pace. If you lose this, you'll never hear the end of it.
Ulrich takes down 4 suits of armor with one swing of the sword.
Oh, we're keeping count. Then I think Alex and his crew are winning. But at least now we know who Damek chose.
They look over at Alex, who fights off Halen and Shane. He's an expert swordsman, one of the most impressive in the world. Moments later, him and his crew have the enemy surrounded. Halen and Shane pant heavily, worn out from the intense fight. They look around at the falling honor guard, realizing they're outnumbered. The initial strike was devastating. The rebellion was slowly bouncing back.
Where's Sovi?
I think he's gone to the idol.
Then that means...
Before he could finish talking, the ground starts to shake. Everyone is caught off guard, stumbling around.
It does! Shane, retreat!
But Sovi!
He'll catch up later. Let's not do anything stupid.
Shane nods and they start to run away. They were cornered near the tunnels, so it's an easy escape. Ulrich and Pro slowly march over, standing by their pirate allies.
What should we do? Should we chase after them, Ulrich?
No, let them go. We can't risk being led into another trap. They hit us too hard. We need to mitigate the damage.
They nod and back down.
We're a team now. We're here to help. If there's anything you need us to do, just say it. We owe Domek everything. He changed Mazeo's future.
Thank you, Alex. I have a feeling there's a lot of work to do. But before that, let's take care of the honor guard.
Roger that.
They all turn to face the suits of armor. They're shocked. The honor guard remains perfectly still, not moving an inch. The continuous shaking of the ground causes them to fall over. Hitting the ground, they shatter into pieces, like an army of glass. Bright flashes of white light emanate from the crew quarters. Along with that, the earth trembles with more intensity.
What's going on?
It must have something to do with the idol.
But they said Sovi was down there.
I think I saw Grizz carry Damek and the Seeress down there. Sylvie wouldn't want this to happen, so that means...
They're still alive!
They must be. Come on, let's go. Alex, man the tunnels.
You got it.
Start running toward the war room, but don't make it very far. Ulrich stops in his tracks as he notices movement in the corner of his eyes. Valessa and Fortem, they were moving. They must have survived.
Wait! Hold on! Pro, look!
Ulrich points and they both make their way over to Valessa and Fortem. Crouching down, Pro offers his hand to Valessa and Ulrich to Fortem. They help them get to their feet, and they look shaken and traumatized.
What happened? How did you survive that?
He was totally convinced that you died. I can't believe your luck. I'm surprised.
They both look at the ground, almost as if they're ashamed.
I thought they were going to kill us, but they didn't. I don't really know what happened.
They didn't attack us. They pushed us to the ground. It's almost like they wanted us to stay out of harm's way.
Yeah, we wouldn't have stood a chance in combat. I don't know why they wanted to help, but they did.
I think I know. Never mind.
She quickly changes the subject.
Where's the Seeress? Ulrich, take us to see her.
Right, of course. They must be by the spirit idol. Damek too, it's not that far. Follow me.
Deciding not to question Providence, they all follow Ulrich. In a time like this, it was best not to doubt your blessings. However, Valessa remains a few paces behind, thinking.
Mom? Dad? Thank you.
My vision slowly fades back in, much to my surprise. I've been on the verge of death for what seemed like an eternity. I'm strong. My will and the power inside of me refuse to give in. Pain radiates from the wound in my chest, but I'm almost getting used to it. Sophie's attempts to make it more fatal had clearly failed. Or did they? I remember the thought I had in my mind the moment I faded away. I wanted to be saved. I wanted to make it through this alive. Could the blade have that much power? Could it have saved me? I backed myself up against the wall and lay against it. Then I scanned the room. Wait, what's that? A hulking shadow is on the other side of the room, whispering to itself. But Dominic's body is still on the floor. Who could that be? I look at the exit to the room. It's still caved in. Impossible. There was no one else in the room with us. There was no one else in this room with us. The ears perked up. They must have heard my movements. quickly turn to face me. They take heavy, slow steps. Stumbling from side to side, it's almost like they can't balance. I can't see their face. My vision is too blurry. But when they make it to my location, they kneel down. While normally I would be frightened, I seem to feel at ease. Hello. This must be the other character that's going to join the party. They reach forward and place a hand on my chest. I hadn't realized it, but in my confusion, the pain had stopped. Or was it even there to begin with? Maybe I just felt it in my head. They let go, and shake their head dismissively. A flicker of life in the dying idol illuminates their face. When I see them, I ask who they are, but get no straight answer.
Gaze into the abyss after a lifelong journey and plead. Beg for the answer to your most undying question, and tell me what would frighten you most, being left in silence or hearing an answer.
Jesus, that's a voice. I don't understand. And shake my head. Something tells me that they look familiar to me. I'm too delirious to think straight, so this thought goes nowhere.
The pursuit of an answer is more defining than the answer itself, for no truth can compare to the truth we've conjured in our head. Hearing an answer may rob us of purpose. We prefer silence.
The amount of scars on this guy, he has so many. Sheesh.
But sometimes, the silence can be maddening. We can convince ourselves that purpose is not important, self-destructive. Purpose breeds strength and victory. We desire victory.
Stands up and holds out his hand. I grab it and he pulls me to my feet. This is the first time I truly see him. He's covered in scars from head to toe. Almost as if he endured torture or something far worse. Tattoos adorn his arm, much like those on Ulrich's body. Yeah, they are kind of similar, aren't they? Who was this?
We need no name. A name defines an individual. We are many, and therefore cannot be defined. This body is merely a tool. It bends to our will.
Okay.
We know how confused you are. It's always the same. Come with me. There's still much we need to do. Domic, right? That's the name of your leader?
Yeah. He turns around and looks at Domic's body. Is he gonna bring him to life?
You said that name in your sleep. You called out to him, but only we responded. He lives. We took care of that while you slept.
Oh. He's alive? I look over and watch his chest move up and down. Breathing. I'm almost in disbelief at this. What happened?
We will tell you both. There is much to discuss. With the exit cut off, we have sufficient time. A funny concept time. Perhaps another day.
We walk over to Domic, and the mystery man takes slow steps again. His limbs appear stiff, as if they've been unused for a long time. I kneel down and shake Domic softly, placing my hand on his shoulder.
He should have been awake by now. His wounds were grievous. He was saved. We were limited, but we did what we could. Rise.
He says this in a demanding tone, and Domic starts to move. His eyes slowly open, and looks at both of us as he comes to.
Sailors? Am I dead? What's going on?
Wait, that's Salus? Or maybe, oh wait, no, never mind. I laugh softly and tell him he's not dead. He seems to have me confused with Salus.
Salus!
Wait, his eyes are fixated on the mystery man as he says the name. So, wait, that is Salus? I take a few steps back, confused and scared at the same time. Could it possibly be? No, there's no way. This makes no sense.
How are you alive? How am I alive?
This isn't right. Salus was dead. Our old elder, the rebellion's founder.
Salus, the name of this vessel. He no longer lives. Do not use this name. As we said before, no name is required.
What? Okay.
We simply exist.
Dominic and I look at one another, utterly confused. Yeah. And a Busek. Hey, Snaker, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well.
Please explain. I don't understand.
The man points to the center of the room.
You will have a seat. You may be satisfied. Or perhaps not. We have some answers, but not all of them.
I reach down and help Dominic up. He grunts. There were no wounds on his There were no wounds on his abdomen. There's nothing. This would require some serious explanation, and fast. I take Dominic over to the center of the room, and we sit down. The other man, however, walks over to the exit and inspects it.
Trapped, as always. Do you trust your comrades? We think they are your only hope.
If they survived...
Yes.
He walks over to our location and sits down. I guess all we could do was wait to get rescued. The Rebel HQ was full of digging tools, after all.
You will ask, and we may answer.
He sits in silence and waits for us to make the next move.
Who are you?
Yeah, we need an answer right now, please.
The idol is no more. Its energy was released. It may still glow, but it will soon go dim. Lifeless. Energy must be stored somewhere. Less wasteful.
Can you stop dodging the question, please?
Much of it went into that sword you carry. Some of it was used to heal your wounds. The rest? Well, we found a vessel to use.
Huh.
A vessel?
This body expired long ago. It offered no resistance and no identity. We thought it would be fitting. We desired a voice.
Okay, so Salus did die, but I guess, yeah, they're just using his body, whoever this person is.
Who is we?
Yeah.
We are what you call the spirit realm. Until now, our power was stored only in objects. That, and vessels which had their own voice, like you.
Okay. He looks at me.
So, let me get this straight. The power released from the idol healed us, and it took over Salus's body so it could talk.
Yeah, okay. I'm doing a bit better with the news I got yesterday. I got a date for my eye surgery. Took over 6 years to find the cause of my issues and a doctor willing to operate. Heck yeah, let's go. I'm glad to hear that you're finding out a date for the surgery. Let's hope it all goes well when you get to that.
Correct.
So, I'm talking to the spirit realm right now.
A portion. The rest resides in her body and the sword. However, the spirit realm is just a term you created to define us. We are more than that, and we finally have a voice in your world.
Wait, her body. Is that referring to me? They said the rest resides in her body and the sword. Okay. Dominic gulps, getting a little frightened.
Are you peaceful?
That is a relative term.
Are you going to hurt us?
No.
What is your purpose?
This guy is so blunt.
An impossible question. Do you know your purpose?
No, I guess not.
We only wish to aid you. Please do not question. It would please us greatly to see the triumvirate fall. We are their victims, just as much as you are, Domic.
Victims?
You do not know the truth of what we are. It is understandable, because we could never tell. Using this voice, we wish to make our suffering known. And using this body, we wish to enact our vengeance. If this is acceptable, we will join you after rescue. If rescue comes, that is. Until then, we talk.
Dominic nods. He's taken this very well, actually. After all, he's talking to the corpse of his former leader. But strategists needed to adapt to change and overcome it. Or maybe he's just numb from trauma of these events. Honestly, valid.
Of course, but you need to explain. What is the truth of the spirit realm? Were we so wrong that you needed a voice?
We do not blame you for your interpretation. Given your situation, it made perfect sense. But yes, you were wrong. Very wrong.
He and Dama look at each other once more. I'd never believe this if we didn't just cheat death. But given the circumstances, we can't deny the truth. This was a living embodiment of the spirit realm. Much like the idols, but able to walk and talk as well. And if that was the case, then there were no more secrets. He would tell us everything about the spirit realm. The undying questions of our history finally answered. What was their purpose and why did they influence us? The answers would change everything. Forever. Okay then. Well, back to the war room. This for Pro and the others. Eventually ending up in the war room, everyone looks around frantically. It wasn't much longer until they noticed the back corner of the room was caved in. Rather than digest the current events, they search for Domic and the Cirrus.
They must be down with the idol.
Can we even get down there?
Go back to the crew quarters, Fortim. You too, Valessa. Bring us some equipment. We should be able to reach them if we dig.
Of course. What should we look for?
Pickaxes, shovels, stuff like that. Anything to help us get through that rubble.
Right.
Hey Lex, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well, dude. They both run off in search of supplies. It was clear the tunnels caved in, but how bad was it? They cling on to the hope that everybody survived.
Hey, are you sure you don't want to join them? Shouldn't they have some sort of protection?
No, everything will be fine. Alex and his forces are on guard. Nobody else will be coming or going.
Then what about Sovi? Do you think he's down there?
No, he's probably long gone.
But I didn't see him run off anywhere. We were all in the tunnels, weren't we?
That's the point, Pro. You don't see a man like him. He comes and goes as he pleases.
Oh, okay.
Crosses his arms, both confused and concerned.
What should we do while we wait? Are you sure you don't want me to help them?
I'm certain. We need to talk, Pro.
About what?
Let's say Domic did fall in combat. What would we do then? What's our next step?
I don't want to think about that. Losing Salus was more than enough. I'm sure he's alive. We'll find him.
But what if he's not? We need to think, Pro. Things would be in our hands.
Our hands?
Yes, we'd be the new leaders. How would we come back from this?
Oh boy.
I don't know if we can.
That's why I sent those two away. I don't think they'd be ready to hear this. There's a very real chance and that the Cirrus is dead. If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. We'd never be able to win this war conventionally. That blade in their power was all we had, Pro.
I don't know, Ulrich, but I feel like they're alive. They wouldn't give in so easily.
I guess we'll find out.
And we need to trust in the spirits, right? They showed Dominic a vision of our victory.
But they also showed Valenorth's destruction. We know that was false. They attacked our HQ instead.
Are you saying the spirits were lying?
I don't know, Pro. It's too complicated for me to say. But something tells me we can't trust the spirits anymore. If they come out from that tunnel, it'll be as changed people.
Oh boy. The mysterious man takes a deep breath before starting to talk. Dominic and I sit forward in awe, almost in disbelief at the situation. The spirit realm was using a vessel to speak directly to us. I'm not sure if we should be honored or terrified.
The rulers of this world, the Triumvirate, already you take up arms against them. This is good. We were unable to do so in our current state. We were trapped.
Trapped?
It all happened in the blink of an eye. Our glorious monarchy, destroyed in an instant. They showed no mercy. They showed nothing. Something happened. Something beyond words. We were simply living life, and then we were not. They forced us to watch them defile our world.
I don't understand.
Neither do we. But that is what happened. They stole our future. And our bodies. We were prisoners, bound by celestial chains as they had their way with our world.
So they didn't create Alestia?
No. But they created you, the new residents of Alestia, built in their image of perfection to counter our corrupt nature. They stole our world and our future, handing it off to you.
This is incredible!
We do not share the same opinion.
Let's say, you sure about that, Dominic?
No, I meant the story. I can't believe I'm hearing this right now. We always knew there was more to this world.
This is why we needed a voice. We've suffered for eternities, unable to speak, forced to watch, and cry for help upon deaf ears.
I have a few questions.
Of course.
So, the spirit realm is more like a prison, and it held you and your people captive. Huh. Then what are these visions and idols all about? Almost all of our culture has been built around them, especially Valenorth, which is where the CRS comes from. Rumor has it that the Triumvirate wanted to destroy the idols.
Over time, we were forced to adapt. We changed. The idols are a manifestation of our desire to reach out. They gave us the ability, however minimal, to speak with you.
The visions, you mean?
Yes, but our power was limited, and we were censored. This is why we could never tell you the truth through visions. Whenever we did, the Triumvirate made you see something else.
That's what they did this time then? We saw Valenorth getting attacked and strategized about that. But it seems like their plan was always to attack us down here.
Indeed, which is why we chose not to create another idol. Instead, we chose to influence the members of their honor guard, the barracks, the living quarters, the weapons. We did it all for you. We did it so you would survive this trap and help us seek vengeance. It seems the cost was dire, but we succeeded. We shall succeed again. We wish to aid your assault in Balteus and take back our homeland.
So you come from Balteus?
We lived all over Alestia, but Balteus was our capital. The castle there housed the monarch, our king or queen. We may have been corrupt, but we lived in peace. We were happy.
What do you mean by corrupt?
We are not certain. Perhaps there is inherent evil in all of us. The Triumvirate deemed that a flaw, and rewrote the world. When your kind was first made, you were mindless slaves, forced to carry out the Triumvirate's bidding. No free will. That is a gift we gave to you through the idols we created. Slowly, our corruption merged with the purity of your kind. That was the first step. After that, we created seers, beings capable of hearing our plight and leading insurrections. To this day, all have failed. We were not strong enough.
Wait, I know where this is going.
Man stands up, motioning his arms to suggest that we do the same. Dominic and I both do as instructed, dusting ourselves off while looking up at him.
Yes, that is why we gave the seeress all of our power. Enough to wield that blade against your creators and our captors. The timing seemed correct. It is a gamble, but with favorable odds. However, there is another matter at hand. There is no more spirit realm. The idols are all gone, and the power resides within us and that blade. The power within you, Seeress, is immense. You carry on our legacy.
Welp, no pressure.
So now, I will call you what you are.
He immediately kneels down and looks at the floor. If I wasn't mistaken, it looks like he's swearing guilty? Oh my god, this music.
Rightful heir to the throne of the monarchy, my queen. I will serve you in this fight to take back our world, and together we will all be free from their grip.
Okay then.
Queen?
I was not expecting this. We exchanged glances, confused and shocked. The power inside of me made me heir to the throne? Knowing the truth of the spirits was enough? Knowing the truth of the spirits was enough, but this? This is too much. I take a few steps back, overwhelmed. How could I possibly be expected to process this?
Maybe we should slow down here.
We must not. To slow down would be giving them time. They've had enough. We've watched for far too long. The weight of our kind is upon you. Do not let us down.
Before I can even react, I hear a sound from the other side of the room. The rubble that blocked the exit started to crumble and fall to the ground. I can hear the harsh impact of a pickaxe. They found us! The man remains knelt to the ground. I tell him to rise. He obeys without question, clearly respecting my authority. He considers me his queen. I have no idea what to do or say.
As you command.
All of us turn and look at the exit. It isn't much longer until light pierces through. The final bit of rubble is out of the way, and Ulrich emerges.
Dominic, we were so worried that you...
He immediately stops in his tracks, staring at us. It's clear that he's shocked at the sight of Salus. Fortem, Valessa, and Pro enter shortly after.
What?
Ulrich steps forward, immediately cautious. He looks ready to grab his blade at a moment's notice. I can understand how his confusion and shock manifest this way.
At ease, Ulrich. I'll try my best to explain.
Yeah, you got a long explanation to give. Dominic steps forward too, as if to guard both of us. Hey Diesel, welcome on in, hope you're doing well.
Everybody, let's go back to the atrium. There's much to discuss, and I'll tell you all the truth.
He looks over at the mysterious man and simply gulps.
Things just got a lot more complicated. For all of us.
Been a while, how you doing? I'm doing alright, thank you. Doing alright. Just getting back into this visual novel because it's been a couple of weeks since we last played it. And things are certainly very interesting. But yeah, I hope you've been doing well, Diesel. Okay, then, so I guess I'm queen, apparently. We all enter the atrium, and I notice Ulrich is still visibly shocked and angry. Pro seems the same, however, it's less intense. They seem to recognize Salus. Even Valessa and Vortev seem anxious. Our old and very dead elder alive? Bodies scatter the floor, as well as pieces of white and gold armor. Oh, geez, Diesel. I hope you're doing okay. I mean, I'm glad to hear that you're doing better, but ooh, God. Rebels cry, cradling the bodies of their fallen comrades in their arms. There weren't many people left standing. This was a catastrophic attack. Price of faith. Oh God, that was the achievement I got, and this and the troop morale is down again. Dominic walks over to a nearby staircase and waves over me and Salus. We follow after him and slowly ascend the stairs. It is time to tell everybody. When we get to the top, he rests his hands on the railing, taking a deep breath.
I guess this is it. Where do I even start?
Yeah, where do you even start? He shakes his head before clearing his throat. He had a lot of ground to cover. The noise echoes through the atrium, and the surviving rebels turn to look. Seeing Dominic at the top of the stairs, they gather to listen to their leader.
They say that mercy is the mark of a great man. But there are no great men in war. We've seen that here today. War is only a game to see how much you can lose before giving up. But trust me, we will never give up. Join me, brothers and sisters. Grab a blade from the floor, even if it belonged to their honor guard. Take it. I'd prefer that. The Triumvirate may think they've crippled our resolve, but no. Each swing of that blade will carry the weight of our fallen comrades behind it. We will use that weight to crush their army and make them pay for this attack.
More rebels start to crowd around, looking up at Dominic. They have smiles on their faces as they nod along to his words. This inspires him to continue his speech, his morale rising quickly.
When the Triumvirate looks down on that blade in their final moments, I want them to know that they sealed their own fate. Mark my words, family. The Triumvirate shall fall. They will burn for what they've done here today. And in the end, they will beg for the mercy they were too unkind to give to us. We will free this world from their grip and deliver it to the hands of the righteous. Our dynasty will be marked with blood, yes, but theirs was marked with far more.
Honestly, I could see how he became a leader. He looks over at Salus and motions for him to step forward. Doing so, a lot of the rebels look shocked, much like Ulrich and Pro.
The Spirit Realm has given us one final blessing. The truth. Standing here before you is not Salus. He has become a vessel. This is the Spirit Realm embodied, powered by our underground idol. Driven by the howls of countless spirits, he seeks vengeance. But he has also brought with him the answers to our every question. No longer shall we live in the dark. We know the true nature of things.
Hey. My wife scolded me. I was out working on my truck in the shop and I was supposed to be resting. And no wonder your wife scolded you. Yeah, you're meant to be resting. Jeez. I mean, I get, like, if you're the kind of person that likes working or, like, you can't just sit around doing nothing, I do understand that. But, yeesh. Everybody mumbles amongst themselves, clearly confused. I was just organizing parts. I mean, I'm still kind of on your wife's side there, honestly. I glance over at Ulrich and Pro, and they seem a bit more calm. As odd as this truth was, they seemed to trust Dominic no matter what. Nobody's on my side. You're meant to be resting. I mean, at least you weren't, like, doing anything intense, but still.
We are not the only victims of the Triumvirate's wrath. The spirit realm is not what we believed. Not at all. What we cherished and worshipped was a prison. A prison to house the previous residents of Alestia. Residents that were deemed too corrupt by the Triumvirate. As they were pushed aside, we were created to serve. The Triumvirate did not create our world, but they did create us in the image of perfection. We were pure and existed only to follow their every order. But over time, the previous residents reached out from their prison. Growing in strength, they created what we called the spirit idols. These were used to slowly give our people the gift of free will. Though pure, we lacked the abilities to be ourselves. This was the greatest gift we could ever ask for. They opened our eyes, allowing us to fight back.
And then the first day I came from home, my dog jumped on me in the chair and tore one of the stitches out with it. Oh! Ow! No, puppy, no. Why? Why would you do that? Wait, what? Why would it? No! Wait, I'm guessing you didn't hear the full conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he wants to die.
No! That's so mean!
Huh?
Tabby, my husband Tabby was saying that your dog craved death, apparently, for doing that. No, puppy doesn't want to kill him. No. Yeah, even Diesel was like, no. Not the puppy. Oh, bless.
But so far, every insurrection has failed. This is what we will change thanks to the CRS.
You just don't understand? Yeah, he just doesn't understand. Hey, RP, welcome on in. Hope we're doing well. He waves me over and I take a few steps forward. The rebels stare at me with hope in their eyes. A perfect counter to the despair I saw earlier.
You see, the spirit realm is no more. All of the energy in that realm has found a new home. Some of it is in this vessel, and some of it is in the blade. But the largest portion resides within the CRS. This is why she is uniquely capable of wielding the blade. Alestia's previous residents, the ancient monarchy, are responsible.
Wait, is that a grammar error here? Is that meant to be referring to me? This is meant to be she, not he, if that's the case. He said she. Whatever. What's the story behind? God. There's a lot going on right now, but basically, I have the... How would I explain it? Is it your real name or just something you like to go? Oh, my... Serena is my real name. It is my IRL name. My persona's name is Cookie. Dotsky, I swear to God. Welcome on in, we're doing well. But yeah, no, Serena is my IRL name. I kind of just... I know a lot of people tend to go with, like, nicknames or usernames, like, as their names online, but... I mean, I get Sky, because obviously Sky Blue Arts is my username, which I still respond to anyway. I was thinking Sky or Blue. I don't normally have anyone call me Cookie, just because I guess not many people know my persona's name. It's just because I don't talk about it much. But people that know me well enough, they call me Serena. Because, yeah, that's my name. So. That's a typo. Dominic should be saying she. He's definitely talking about you here. Yeah, I thought so. But, I mean... Dominic did say she, it's just the text didn't align with it. Thank you, RP. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I know that my name is very uncommon. Like, you really don't hear the name Serena very often. At least my version of the name, anyway. You hear Serena a lot, or Serena. But mine is Sorena. Yeah, it is a little bit different. Also, the ads are about to start, so I'm going to pause here for a minute, and we will return. Dusky, thank you for the stream streak, by the way. Appreciate it. I've seen the name Serena in my state quite often. Really? Huh. Wait, same spelling and everything? Because if that's the case, that's shocking. I've never met anybody else with the same name as me. Hmm? Maybe. I've heard of it a few times. Really, Diesel? Huh. Maybe it's gained more popularity over the years? I don't know. Hmm. It's hailing outside right now? Oh, fun. I'm definitely curious to look up the name now. You know what's funny? Like, years ago when I looked up my name online, it said there was more of a masculine name. But now it seems to be coming up with more feminine, which is interesting. It's also interesting because, like, I remember years ago it said that it was, like, a Persian name. Which, I mean, it still says that, but it's also saying, that it's primarily a female name of Scandinavian origin that means feminine form of Seren. Which is very interesting. Yeah, and here's the other one. So, also a form of Seren. I've never seen it spelled that way before. It's Serena. So, it's like with a U instead of an O. Persian male name. Yeah, that is very strange. Huh. The fact that apparently it's Scandinavian origin is very fascinating to me. Yeah. So oblivious, I just noticed the bell on your collar. Oh. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, unless you really pay attention to it, you don't really notice it because, like, of the colors. I. Rude. Makes sense. I'm not sure about the origins, but Serena reminds me of Selene, the Greek goddess of the moon. Huh. Interesting. They give you the pets. But yeah, no, like, looking up details about your name is very fascinating to me. Especially when you got a rare one. Sorry, I just came across this whole website. Oh, wait, nope. Alright, well, the ads are over anyway. But yeah, welcome back from ads, everyone. Sorry about that, and also thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Alrighty then, let's get back into it. But the largest portion of the device is Rena. This is why she is uniquely capable of wielding the blade. Lustia's previous residents, the ancient monarchy, are responsible. Okay.
They saw a way to help us defeat the Triumvirate and took it. But you see, we no longer fight for ourselves. We fight for everybody. If we lose, both us and the monarchy perish. We cannot let this happen. We are the only people capable of carrying out this objective. There won't be another chance. No more seers, no more blades. We will show them that their vision of a pure world is flawed.
Wait, Chips, did you even say hi earlier? I don't even recall saying hello to you earlier. But I guess see you later. Does it jingle? Unfortunately not. No, it's okay, Chips, don't worry.
But, in order to do so, I must step down as the general. You see, this army is no longer mine to lead. I'm sorry. This new truth changes both the world and our cause.
It's got a jingle. If I knew how to add a jingle sound effect every time when I moved, that would be adorable. Like, I would love to add that. But I don't think that's possible to add that onto a V2 model. Dominic motions to me, or for me to come closer, so I do. He smiles. I'm standing right beside him, resting my hands on the banister. I see such a wide array of emotions coming from the rebels' faces.
As I mentioned, the Seeress was blessed with immense power. But what she truly has within is the souls of the monarchy, giving her the strength to use that blade. She is our champion. But she is more than just our champion. She is our queen, rightful heir to the throne of Alestia, our true ruler. By decree of the spirits, we are hers to command.
It's so crazy to think that apparently we're, depending on what we decide to do, but, it's crazy how you are basically a king or a queen in this game. So apparently I'm queen of Alestia. All eyes are on me now. I glance over at Valessa and Fortem. Oh god, they're gonna be in shock. They're in complete shock and awe at this revelation. But I am too. Without saying anything, I reach back to the blade and pull it out. I look at the rebels and hold the blade up in the air. Wear a collar IRL with a bell while streaming it. When you move it will jingle if you have tracking. Oh my god. Could you imagine? Just me wearing a collar just for streams? Beams of light from the surface serve to illuminate its beauty. This elicits rigorous applause from the rebels as they cheer me on. I smile, looking down at my friends and comrades. I wear collars, not daily, but I got one. I think I would get a collar if, like, if I was to, do like if I had like a fursuit or something, or at least a partial suit. But I wouldn't know. I wouldn't wear it on a regular basis, personally. I've actually never worn like chokers or anything like that. In this moment, it seems like the hope we lost had finally returned. There was still lots to take care of, but we knew that this wasn't over.
If you'll excuse us, we need to make some new plans. But I'll have an itinerary posted in the barracks by morning. Until then, please do your best to clean up this atrium. And please, bring the bodies down to the spirit idol. It seems only fitting, and there's plenty of room. With that said, you're all dismissed. Thank you.
Dominic turns to face me and Salus. He smiles, realizing his job is done.
Well then, back to the war table. We need to talk about our next step. Without a bigger army, we won't win. And I think I know what to do. Come on, bring your friends too. I'll grab Ulrich and Pro. Let's do this.
Something seems different about Dominic. He's not as happy and energetic as he was before. But he seems a lot more confident and resolute. When I get to the bottom of the stairs, Valessa and Fortem appear. Oh boy. I can tell I could tell that they're overwhelmed, but they also seem happy for me. They seem to disregard the resurrection of Salus and focus on me.
I always knew you were special, but a queen? And no more spirit realm. What's going to happen?
That is so cool, Cirrus! Or I guess I should call you Queen now. Or maybe Monarch? I don't know, it's just cool.
He laughs and shuffles in place awkwardly. They may not want to talk about it, but they know. Everything feels off right now. Things are so confusing.
I hope that we can work all of this out. Let's go plan our next move with Dominic. I wonder what he has in mind for us.
I bet it's something amazing. He might not be the leader, but he's still a strategist. We need to make sure that we come back from this loss.
Valessa looks at all the bodies on the atrium floor. It's also covered in blood, likely to stain for a long time. If Salus could come back from the dead, then what about them?
Yeah, we can't let their deaths be in vain. Like Dominic said, they need to give us strength. The only thing we can do is hope that it's enough.
We all arrived back at the war table, taking sighs of relief. Dominic's speech was great. It helped the rebels find hope again. But they need more than words to win the upcoming battle.
So, we need to find a new army. But recruiting Mazaeans would take far too long. We need to take drastic measures and fast. This is where my initial plan comes into play. We can use that spiritual energy to create seers. They could see the outcome of every battle, every attack.
That doesn't make any sense, Dominic. Visions lied to the Queen, led us into a trap. The Triumvirate could just do that all over again.
I notice he uses my new title. It still feels odd.
I'm not sure that's how it works. Beforehand, the visions came from their prison. That means the Triumvirate could tamper with the outflow.
Oh, interesting, Diesel.
But now, all of that is in the hands of the Queen. There's nothing getting in the way. See what I mean? The power of the spirit realm is now ours to wield, Ulrich.
That still doesn't make any sense. The spirit realm isn't what we thought it was, Dominic. It was just a prison. How can that help us tell the future?
Before Dominic can respond, Salus steps forward.
That was our culture. We all had this ability. It is how the monarchy lived in peace and prosperity. There was no danger left unchecked. No, the world was being guided to the one true future. It is not unlike the concept of fate that some believe in, but it is tangible. We knew where we were going. Always. That is why the triumvirate was such a shock to us. An unknown variable in a future we completely mapped out. It was too late to adapt. We were already shackled. We slowly learned to lend our foresight to your world. However, we were only strong enough to help one individual. This is the concept you have learned to call the seer, or seeress. Domic's theory is sound. There is no longer any interference. The source of this power is now the Queen, rather than a prison. She can freely give this power to any individual she pleases.
Can she give it to herself?
We would not recommend this course of action. Every vision she induces would reduce her overall strength. It would whittle away at the monarchy, slowly killing us all. Furthermore, she does not know how to ration this power. She could end up expending almost all of it with a single vision. We would recommend giving a small portion of power to others. However, they would be rendered useless after this war. Using this power would be too much for their mind.
Useless?
They would be unable to think for themselves, or at all. The king could only do this because he grew up with that power. Just like our culture. To receive it too late can wreak havoc on the mind.
So they'd just sit around until they died?
Unless you fed them.
There must be another way. Just look in front of you. That energy could be used to bring back the forces we lost. We could create more vessels for the monarchy. More soldiers.
Ulrich was right. There was more than one choice here. It wouldn't be right to condemn our people to a zombie-like existence. If their minds died out after the war, they'd have no victory to enjoy.
We would not advise this action. We can barely maintain this form. The wounds that ended Salus are burning, as if freshly inflicted. It is only tolerable because of the immense power within us.
This came out in 2019, I want to say? I think it was 2019, yes, it was a few years ago.
Lesser beings would be feeling eternal pain, and death does not come easily to a vessel like this. Wounds endured during the war would add to this pain.
Ugh.
We would not wish this punishment upon anybody. Life in eternal pain, a constant memory of their own death. They perished for your cause. Give them the rest they deserve.
I don't know. An army of seers would be great for strategizing, but stealing their own future from them? That's wrong. On the other hand, bringing back the dead? I'm unsure.
Where did it say 2019 was 7 years ago? I know.
The pain would fuel their rage and make them stronger. They could eventually learn to manage it with medicine. At least they'd have a future. The seers certainly wouldn't.
There must be something else we can do.
Not if you wish to make use of this power. It is powerful when used, but limited in scope. I will help the Queen carry out whichever she decides.
Right, I guess it's not my place to choose. Sorry, I must be still adjusting to this change.
Suddenly, all eyes are upon me. I have no idea what to say or do. Eternal pain? Or Robin futures? Creating seers would ruin their mind after the war. They'd just sit in a chair while we fed them to remain alive. But an army of vessels? They'd feel nothing but excruciating pain. And not even death would come to free them from that pain. The body could get ravaged, but the power would still be inside. Only it were possible to cure them of this pain after the war was over. Or for that matter, I wish it were possible to preserve the seers' minds. Neither option has a foreseeable cure. This is a choice involved in the war. We needed an immediate boost in forces, and it seemed that no cost was too high. What should I do? Oh my god, this is rough. Alright, well let's ask Valessa first.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I really can't help you this time.
Well, dang it. Mortem?
You're asking too much of me. Sorry. This isn't something I could possibly decide.
Oh god, okay. Well, that's... I don't know what to go with here. Yeah, I'm just about to save. Hey, Slushy. How was the movie? It was fun, Slushy. I enjoyed it. Oh, God. Let me just go back on the conversation here. So... Hey, y'all. Welcome on in. Hope we're doing well. So... Recommend this course of action. Every vision she induces would reduce her overall strength and would be able to say for 2 post-credit. There was 2 of them? I thought there was just 1. In that case, I missed 1. Just tired? Oof. The reminder uses... Okay, so... Do not recommend this course of action. Every vision she induces would reduce her overall strength and would whittle away at the monarchy, slowly killing us all. Furthermore, she does not know how to ration her Earth's power. She could end up expending almost all of it with a single vision. We would recommend giving a small portion of power to others. However, they would be rendered useless after this war. Using this power would be too much for their mind. They would be unable to think for themselves or at all. The king could only do this because he grew up with that power. Just like our culture, to receive it too late can wreak havoc on the mind. They just sit around until they died unless you fed them. So there must be another way. Just in front of you, that energy could be used to bring back the forces we lost. We could create more vessels for the monarchy, more soldiers. I mean, I enjoyed the film, Slushy, so yeah, I'd say so. Or was right, there was one. Wait, hold on. Yeah. There was more than one choice here. It wouldn't be right to condemn our people to a zombie-like existence. If their minds died out after the war, they'd have no victory to enjoy. We would not advise this action. We could barely maintain this form. The wounds that ended Salus are burning, as if freshly inflicted. It is only tolerable because of the immense power within us. Okay. Lesser beings would feel eternal pain, and death does not come easily to a vessel like this. Wounds endured during the war would add to this pain. We would not wish this punishment upon anybody. Life is eternal pain. Or life in eternal pain, a constant memory of their own death. They perished for your cause. give them the rest they deserve. An army of seers would be great for strategizing, but stealing their own future from them, that's wrong. On the other hand, bringing back the dead, I'm unsure. Pain would fuel their rage and make them stronger. Think of the Hydra in a second. Make them stronger. They could eventually learn to manage it with medicine. At least they'd have a future. The seers certainly wouldn't. Something else we could do. Not if you wish to make us or make use of this power. It is powerful when used, but limited in scope. It will help Serena carry out whichever she decides. It's not a place to choose. Sorry, I'm still being just changed. Creating seers would ruin their mind after the war. They'd just sit in a chair while we fed them to remain alive. But an army of vessels, they'd feel nothing but excruciating pain. And not even death would come to free them from that pain. The body would get ravaged, but the power will still be inside. If only it were possible to cure them of this pain after the war was over. Or for that matter, I wish it were possible to preserve their seers' minds. But neither option has a foreseeable cure. This is a choice involved in the war. Needed an immediate boost of forces. Okay. Oh god, okay. So either we create an army of seers. Pretty much both choices suck here. You're condemning people to an awful fate no matter what. So it really comes down to which do you feel will be more helpful. Yeah. Yeah, I'd watch it again when it comes out on digital slushy. I wouldn't be in a particular rush to go watch it because, like, compared to the first one, I wanted to go watch it again immediately after finishing it. The second one, not so much, but that's not to say that it's bad. I definitely enjoyed it. I think I just didn't have much of a connection for Super Mario Galaxy. But still, it was fun. Anyway, oh god, I'm just trying to think which one of these is the lesser evil, but I mean, they're both equally as bad. No, I didn't, Slushy. I don't look on Twitter. I have an account there, but I don't look on there. Oh, God. Either you permanently crush people's minds or you put them in awful pain. Morality doesn't really help in this choice, at least it didn't for me. At least for me, my choice came down to, would the arm benefit from having more seers or more soldiers? What would be the pros or cons to each of those? I'm just thinking about, like, the sacrifice that, Riz made as well. Yeah, he sacrificed himself. Well, we had a choice of either letting him sacrifice himself or there was another direction. I don't know whether having him sacrifice himself was the best option, but I felt as if it was the best option in that regard. Alright, Silver, no worries. I'm definitely curious what would have happened if I didn't let him sacrifice himself, but if anything, I'll find out when I'm done with the game. Raiden's tears were running. See, the thought of like destroying people's minds, like just sit in the chair while we fed them to remain alive, that just seems horrible. The thought of like just letting someone live, but yet they can't do anything. Like they're essentially a vessel at that point. But an army of vessels, they feel nothing but excruciating pain. Not even death would come to free them from that pain. So yeah, no, like, it'd just be eternal pain that they would be experiencing. I don't know what's worse. Both of these are awful. Hey Pebble, welcome on in. Hope we're doing well. Yeah, winds of change. We're on the third act. And we're making a very tough decision right now. I think I know why I'd pick. I have no idea what to pick. They're both horrible. Oh, nice, Pebble. Heck yeah. What decision? We're debating whether to create a bunch of seers or whether to use monarch vessels. Yeah, like create an army of seers or create an army of monarch vessels. That's what we're debating on right now. And both are absolutely horrendous. Yeah, don't give any spoilers though, please. Oh god, because like, so here's what I'm thinking right now. I remember what I picked here. It's an awful choice. It seemed hard at first, but it actually became easy when I considered one thing. But I won't say what influenced my choice the most unless you give the okay. I'm curious what your thought process is. Yeah, so here's what I'm thinking. So right now I'm thinking, if we create the seers, then, or yeah, if we create the seers, then it would be pretty beneficial for a lot of things. The only thing that's really it's the morale of it that's put me off. It's the fact that they're basically going to be brain dead after that, and you're just basically feeding them to remain alive. But on the other hand, like, yes, there's no cure that we know of right now, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't possible. It's not possible. There is a chance that it can come up in the future. And then with the Monarch vessels, I mean, the fact that it's Monarchs is pretty crazy. And they're feeling nothing but excruciating pain. I mean, I know there'd be vessels, but like experiencing pain 24/7, like you could only handle so much. I mean, the thought of like, I mean, even with the Seers, like the fact that they basically go brain dead, it's still horrible because they're basically lifeless. I suppose, if anything, maybe. Hmm. This is tough. Because, like, part of me's thinking, yeah, kind of, Pebble, but I'm trying to weigh out the pros and cons at the minute. So, like, with the army of, with the Monarch vessels, part of me's thinking, like, you know, they were Monarchs. They should be able to rest instead of having to go through excruciating pain, and not even death can release it, which is horrible. Whereas with the Seers, I mean, yeah, like, you ruin their mind, and they can't do anything afterwards, but at least they're not in pain? So there is that. I waited the option for almost 10 minutes. Yeah, I've been sat here for a few minutes now, deciding. I mean, I know that numbers would be good for a war, but at the same time, God. And again, sometimes numbers aren't always what you need. Okay. I think I've made my decision. Oh god, I don't like either of these. But I had to choose. I think I saved, but I'm just gonna do it again just in case. Okay. This is my decision. An army of seers would be the most useful. With foresight, they could dodge every attack. They would be essential as we attacked Balteus. They could help us strategize as well. But their true use would come on the battlefield. Calling out attacks and preventing ambushes. I make my choice known to my allies. I'm met with uncertain gazes as I expected. There was no right choice in the situation.
Very well.
So, there we have it. What happens next?
I will take the Queen to the idol and help. After that, we must all reconvene in this war room. A strategy is required for this newfound army.
They all nod and step closer to the table. I follow Salus out of the room to carry out my duty. As we leave, I can hear them planning and I feel hopeful. We will turn this defeat into a most profound victory. Oh my god, that was such a tough decision. Would it be... Alright, choice made, so I'll give you my reasoning now. Would it be beneficial to have multiple seers? What would happen if you had more than one person trying to peer into the future? Would that help, or would it lead to contradicting visions? I don't know the answer to that, since that's not the choice I made. Oh, interesting. So you went with the Monarch vessels. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I felt like I couldn't bear the thought of like excruciating pain.
Bwahaha 12 months with the kitty.
Melina, welcome on in. Thank you for the for the tier 1 sub for a whole year. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hope we're doing well. But yeah, like the thought of being like in excruciating pain constantly, it just sounded horrible. Like that's no life to live. I mean, you could say the same about the other one, where they're just brain dead. But I don't know. I guess I just felt as if there was more hope for that one. What the Pebble? Why didn't that come up on the thing there? Oh, there we go. Pebble, thank you for the tier 1 sub for your first month. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sounding like there's a loophole in the seer option. Maybe. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Under my leadership, we would witness the triumvirate fall. I follow Salus back to the room with the spirit idol. It's dark and dim. With its death, the monarchy was imprisoned no more. However, existing within vessels and the blade, was that considered freedom? I wonder what would happen to the monarchy after this war. Their bodies are likely long gone. What would become of them? I wonder if there's a way to reverse everything that the triumvirate has done. But there's no time to think about that. It's time to create our army. Much to our luck, before we began, Milos arrived at the Rebel HQ. Alongside him was a massive amount of people from Valinor. His evacuation was successful. This meant far more soldiers. And it also meant a large number of volunteers. Knowing the importance of being a seer, they wanted to help. I suppose it was only fitting that we kept this tradition within Valinor. But part of me felt bad. I was doing this to my own people. They were made aware of the repercussions, but still agreed. That made me feel a bit better, but didn't relieve me of the guilt. It's just like I thought. The blade is an extension of the wielder's mind. Salus told me how to wield it, and I rested the blade on the volunteers. Almost like a knighting ceremony in the stories of old. I declared them seers. But he also told me that the effects wouldn't happen immediately. They'd need to be watched carefully for the next day or so. When their power kicked in, they could act irrationally. After that, we make our way back to the war table. I can only hope that things go as planned. For our future. When we arrive, it seems that Dominic already had a strategy.
Absolutely not.
Uh-oh.
Ulrich, we have no other choice. Our forces require more than one major boost. Going to Alarinthia, we could convert them to our side.
They don't want to be converted, they want blood. Plain and simple.
What about Vivian and her army?
Who?
I tell him about the book I read in the tavern. In Alarinthia, there's also a rebellion of sorts. A group who wants to change the way it runs. Or it's run, sorry.
I've never heard of this.
Apparently they follow after ancient ideals. An Alarinthian legend that wanted to change the nation. So far it seems like none have been strong enough to do so.
It's because strength always wins. Plain and simple. And with strength and power, they don't want anything to change. They only want to secure their own rule. Alarinthia is always the same.
Well, the mainland has never reached out before, right? If we team up with them, yourself included, we could win. If that's not possible, then maybe we can cut a deal with Draku.
Draku? He wants nothing more than to flex his power. He may rule over Alarinthia, but he's no ruler, trust me.
Well, I think we have a good opportunity for him, actually. What better way to show strength than to dethrone gods? There's a couple of avenues to take here. We need to do this.
Excuse my lack of enthusiasm, Dominic. I think there are more pressing matters at hand. We still need to decide what to do with him.
He tilts his head towards Salus, who shakes his own head in return.
We require no maintenance. We simply wish to fight and teach. Our legacy demands to be passed on.
There you have it. I don't think there's anything we can do. He won't be of any harm to us, right?
That's what we thought about the Honor Guard. Are you really going to gamble on the spirits again? What if there's a chance he's just lying to us, Dominic?
We have no reason to lie, and we do not appreciate this accusation. Using the Honor Guard, we fortify these tunnels. It is thanks to us that you survived this ordeal. Many of our citizens were sacrificed in order to do this. Controlling the Triumvirate's forces was taxing, to say the least.
Then why did they kill almost all of us during the attack?
Our control was strong, but not strong enough. It was easy for the Grand Inquisitor to overpower us. Until today, he had never set foot in these tunnels. We do not mind answering questions, but we do mind being accused of wrongdoing. Everything we've done to help your cause.
To what end?
The Triumvirate's end.
Ulrich concedes, simply shaking his head. It seems there was a counter to all of his objections.
I think we should just trust him, Ulrich. He's answered so many of our questions. Things make more sense now, wouldn't you say?
He doesn't respond. However, Hortem steps forward.
What should we call him, though?
We do not require a name.
You kinda do.
You might think that, but you still need one. It's out of convenience, not necessity.
Yeah.
Convenience?
Yeah. Nobody really needs a name. It just helps us talk to one another, you know? It's especially helpful in battle, or while strategizing.
Very well. We will think of a name.
However, before much time passes, Ballesta interjects.
How?
Huh?
That's what Dominic said, right? driven by the howls of countless spirits. It seems fitting, given the circumstances.
Valessa,
We accept this moniker. However, we must discuss another matter. This strategizing you speak of, we wish to help.
That's my job, actually.
And look where it got you.
Oof.
What?
Your blind faith in spirits caused all of this. Our judgment will not be clouded. We wish to take your place. Remember, you are no longer in charge. This is the Queen's choice.
Owl turns to face me.
We wish to be your advisor, Monarch. We've watched this world for almost an eternity. We know how the enemy works and thinks. It would be the wisest course of action. Domic is responsible for this catastrophe. He would be unfit to give you advice in the future.
That is absolutely untrue. In this world, we learn from our mistakes, Howl. We don't condemn others based on bad decisions.
Perhaps that is why you are easily oppressed. There is no room for error in these final days. Perhaps in the future, you can atone for this.
I get where he's coming from, but at the same time, that feels a bit uncalled for. I could tell that they're about to get locked in a heated argument. To avoid this, I slam my hands down on the war table, startling them. A loud echo reverberates through the room as I assert my authority. Save real quick. I'm gonna be honest here. I feel like Domic should advise me, like continue advising me, because like, while Howl could be the wiser one, I feel like we need high morale, which Domic can be very good for that. I don't know. Like, yeah, like Howl has been giving us a lot of like answers and whatnot, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's good for everything in regards to this. I'm curious, what do you guys think? There should be a both option. That would be nice. I'm curious to know what you guys would pick. I honestly went with Howl on my first playthrough, but I see the argument for both. I went with Domic, didn't have enough info to know what to do with Howl at this point, whereas Domic is a known quantity at least. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe Dominic, because people would trust it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like I said, I think he'd be very good for like keeping the morale up. Like, it's not to say the Howl wouldn't be helpful. Like, he will be, but I don't know if he should be the one to be the advisor. Feels weird calling Howl he, him. They're a collection of spirits with presumably some men, others women. they are a living system. Feels weird to refer to them as something other than they them. That's a good point, actually. That's a very good point there, Bryce. Maybe it's just because of like the overall appearance, because it is Salus's body. But I see where you're coming from. That's something I didn't think of when picking. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick to my guy. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with Dominic because I feel like that's gonna be perfect for the morale and the deep. Yeah, and the deep voice too. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Dominic. I let them know that I want Dominic to be my advisor. I agree with everything he'd said, and I still don't really know how. Being an advisor required both knowledge and teamwork.
Very well.
Thank you.
Like, I didn't trust Dominic initially, but like over time he's definitely, earned my trust, so I think he would be very good. They still stared at each other with evil eyes. It would happen regardless of my choice. I could tell that animosity was growing between them. However, this was neither the time or the place for that.
Those matters aside, we still need to make our next move. There's an upcoming ball in Alarinthia. It's held annually. The palace is open for a few days only. We can go. It's likely that Vivian will make a move against Dracu. If she does, we can use that as an opportunity to form an alliance. If she doesn't, then we can seek out an audience with Dracu. Either side would have a wealth of forces to offer. We need their aid if we're going to win the final battle. I'll get the boats ready. We can leave tomorrow morning.
Thank you for the pets.
I'm sure Alex will be able to give us a capable ship. If we're going to make this ball, we need the best of the best. Ships were part of our terms, so I'm sure he'll be able to comply.
Thank you for the hydrate. He gathers up some papers and starts to walk away.
Meet back here in the morning, all of you. We can go over any last-minute stuff before we leave. The rest, we'll have plenty of time to discuss on the voyage.
We all nod at one another before leaving the room. I'm thankful that I'd be able to get some sleep, however little. I make my way back to my room, constantly checking my back. They'd never catch us off guard again. Next time we fought, it would be their end. Al has now permanently joined your party. There we go. Alrighty then. Back in the room. I enter my room and let out a loud sigh. I could finally relax. As short as my rest would be, it was better than no rest at all. I noticed I was followed, but I expected as much after what happened. Oh, was it Fortem or Valessa? Oh, it was Hal. Never mind. He approaches slowly with resolve in his steps. However, he doesn't seem angry in any way. That was good, since I sided with Dominic.
We must express displeasure at your decision. Dominic made a mistake and remains unpunished. The lives that were lost beg for justice. We are that justice.
Dominic was only believing in the spirits like we all do. Now that we know the truth, he will approach things differently. He would never intentionally lead us into danger. He's honorable.
Honor?
He crosses his arms, unimpressed.
Honor is a term used to stay the hand in difficult situations, Monarch. When the final drop of blood must be spilled, and your honor stops you, what then? Is the future of our world on the shoulders of those so weak?
He scoffs.
Do not concern yourself with honor. The enemy does not, and this is why they win. Concern yourself with the correct actions, not the right ones. That is all the advice we have for you today, Monarch. But we do not trust Dominic to make the right decisions in the future. The fact that he left the honor guard alive is proof of that. He hesitates.
I get where he's coming from, but... Alright, the ads have started, so we're gonna pause here. I'm gonna go take a quick bio break while the ads are running, so I'll be right back.
Sit for a bit.
Sounds like Mr. Floating Scarf from Phoenix, right? Floating Scarf? Wait, what? Pebble, thank you for the lone bit. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I get where Cal is coming from, but at the same time, I don't know.
Hello there.
Hello there. Alrighty, welcome back from ads, everyone. Sorry about that, and also thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Alrighty then, let's continue.
This hesitation will not go away simply because he knows what we are. The truth of the spirit realm does not change strategy on the war table. With that said, we will leave you be. Ruminate on this in the future, my queen.
Gives me a slight bow as a sign of respect before leaving. Being the Exodus wielder was intense enough, but being the monarch? Thankfully, I had the support of my friends. They would keep me strong. I lay down in bed, and it isn't much longer before I drift off to sleep. When I wake up, rested and refreshed, I head to the war room. Everyone is there, as expected. Time to get things moving. Dominic approaches the war table, fiddling with the wooden figures resting on top of it. They represent different things. The figure for the rebellion he places on Alarenthia. Our next objective is clear. We'll be sailing to the Far East to secure an alliance.
Each year, Dracu holds a ball. Essentially, it's to show off his power. It's open to the public, which means Vivian will likely make a move. I'd say it's either an assassination attempt or a tournament request. During the ball, we will meet with both of them. Our goal is to secure an Alarinthian army to help us out. If we do this, our chance of success will increase tenfold. Each party, if they're willing, will likely request something in return. It may be impossible to avoid being caught up in Alarinthian politics. If it comes to anything extreme, we will have Ulrich help us out. I trust there are no objections?
Nobody raises a concern, but I could tell that Ulrich is upset.
We will set sail immediately after this meeting. I've already arranged transportation with our pirate allies. It's a 24-hour voyage, so pack your essentials. Food and drink have already been pre-packed. None of us should go hungry or thirsty during the trip, and there are enough beds for us all to sleep too. The voyage will be a nice time to get some relaxation in. However, once we get to Alarinthia, we have to be serious. Our success directly affects our odds of surviving this war. We've ensured that our comrades received a proper burial. They're resting with the spirit idol, and we'll close off that passage. For their sake, please leave it undisturbed. They deserve rest.
Sleeping Axel, hi, welcome on in. Hope we're doing well. I don't remember the name, Pebble. Well, we'll find out in a bit. He inspects a piece of paper in his hand before continuing.
The volunteers from Valinor are starting to have visions. They will accompany us to Alarinthia and help our cause. Thankfully, there were no side effects or losses.
I've been alright. I've been fairly busy as of late, but otherwise I've been doing good.
We have our army of seers, Monarch. Hopefully, you'll get to meet them soon.
Hey, yo, Slushy. Yeah, I think...
With all of that said, I think it's time to end this meeting. Are there any questions before we head to the shipyard? Remember, once we leave, we may not be back for a while.
Hey, Nervous, welcome on in. Hope we're doing well. Yeah, I think it was Alex. I think that's who I chose. 4 times steps forward.
What exactly happens at this ball?
I'm not sure. Dancing and feasting, I'd imagine. Dracu wants to pamper everybody he can. That's his goal. If his people are happy, then there's less fighting over the throne.
Ooh, are we going to see everyone in, like, nice outfits or no?
So, basically one big party, then?
Correct.
Awesome. The last party we were ever going to have was cancelled. Let's say we finally have your induction ceremony, eh, Cirrus? Except now it's not for being a Cirrus. It's for being a queen.
We all nod at each other. It's true. My last ceremony was cancelled. It was Dracu's party, but we could celebrate for our own reasons.
Just try not to draw attention to yourselves, all right? It may be a party, but Alarinthia's fate will change behind the scenes. Remember why we're there, and don't lose sight of our original goal.
Of course.
4 times steps back, satisfied.
Why didn't Vivian make a move at any of the other parties? I guess I mean to ask, what makes this year special? What if we go there and she ends up doing nothing?
If that happens, then we focus on Dracu. At the end of the day, we still have an option. We're just planning for many possible scenarios.
All right.
Celesta nods, her curiosity sated. There's a brief silence and no further questions.
Very well. Dismissed. Let's pack our things and meet at the docks. We'll set sail in 3 hours, so don't be late.
With that said, almost everybody rushes out of the room. Except for Howl. He stays behind and eyes me down. Oh no. Before I get ready to leave, I ask him what he wants.
We've been given a room in the crew quarters. Please stop by and see us before you leave. It is important for us to learn more about you.
Okay. He bows at me before leaving.
Until then, Your Highness.
He was definitely taking this monarch thing seriously. But given his culture and the power within me, it makes sense. Take one last look at the war table before heading out. The war table is used to tracking your relationships with each character. Oh, okay. The amount of hearts indicates how many heart-to-hearts you have completed. When a character's heart gauge reaches forward. You can click them to access a special scene. Ooh, okay. These scenes are required to earn each character's loyalty. The loyalty of your followers affects both morale and their fate. Oh, okay. Do not neglect heart-to-heart conversations or these special loyalty scenes. When you wish to depart for Elerinthia, return to Museo Docks. A new map icon will display by the ship at the front of the shipyard. Okay, then. So, my ankle is still hurting a bit. It's better today, but I should probably still use my crutches. Oof. I mean, I'm glad it's slowly getting better, but yeesh. Okay, so yeah, 4 times 3 at the moment, which is interesting. I guess that kind of makes sense, actually. Alrighty then. I guess let's go to Hal first. Oh, never mind then. Me. Oh, okay, so this is okay, gotcha. So I have to get to the 4th heart to have this right. Okay, got it. Now I understand. I see a thing for Sovi up there. Hold on. Sovi and his crew quickly made their way back to the docks. Hiding in the alleyway, much like before, they gathered their bearings. Things hadn't gone according to plan. Their true mission was a failure.
What happened, Sovi? I thought you had everything under control. Get in, kill the Ceres, and destroy the idol.
It's not that simple, Halen. I tried my best, and it wasn't a total failure. We've dealt them a blow from which they'll never recover.
And you think the Triumvirate will be okay with that? They don't tolerate failure. I'll get dragged into this too. I don't want to suffer due to your inability to succeed, Sovi. Let's not even mention the Blade of Exodus. You just let them walk away with it. I can't believe you were so foolish.
Don't worry. We'll get the job done. They'll be happy enough with Damek out of the picture. It'll buy us time while we formulate another plan, Halen.
Oh. Were you trying to aim for a Halen there, Melina?
If you're lucky enough to get another chance, you mean. You'll need a pretty good excuse to get away with this.
Sophie sighs, looking down at the ground.
I hesitated, Halen. I had her in my grasp, and I hesitated. There was something in my head saying not to kill her. The same instinct I always listen to and am praised for. That instinct has yet to let me down. I feel like she was meant to survive this battle. We'll have more chances to kill her in the future. Besides, with the condition I left her in, she'll be an easy target. Next time we cross paths, even a child could take her down. This isn't as bad as you think, Halen. Today, we won.
For your sake, I hope they buy that excuse.
No, Halen. We must never tell them the truth. Tell them the Ceres slipped through our grasp. I trust you to keep this silent for the time being.
You want me to lie for you now?
It's for the best. Just trust me. I would do the same for you, Halen. Together, we will acquire any lost honor.
Fine, but next time I'll watch you. If you can't finish the job, then I will. There's no place for hesitation in a time of war.
Sophie nods and Halen walks away. This leaves Sophie alone with Shane.
So, how are you feeling?
I'm fine.
You look conflicted.
I said I'm fine.
Look, you killed Domik, Shane. I can understand what you're going through.
Oh, can you?
Yes, I did the same thing in the past. Before I joined the Triumvirate, I killed them all. Liars and cheaters deserve no less of a punishment.
He looked so sad, though. Like, how do I know what you said was true? A face can say a lot more than words ever can.
True.
He was sad because he got caught, Shane. He thought you were dead, so he didn't expect it. You rose from the grave to deliver your vengeance. That is an opportunity he shall never have. He didn't hesitate to send you to your death, remember? There's no reason to give him a courtesy he never gave you. Offering that olive branch is a good way to get yourself killed. There's no going back now, Shane. You're one of us. After what you did, you're their enemy. For good.
Huh?
Yes, but you are no longer an enemy of the Triumvirate. They will sing your praise and give you your every desire. The victory of our battle was all thanks to you, Shane.
I'm not sure how to feel.
Sometimes you need to act rather than react. Push those feelings aside and focus on survival. There are many rebels who will seek you out for revenge. And I expect you to show all of them the same treatment. Welcome to the Inquisition, Shane. The right side of history.
Oh boy. Hey Horizon, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Is there anything I can do with personal quarters? Group quarters. Okay, I can talk to Hal. These guys have already got check marks, so that means they're done. I enter Hal's room and I notice him standing with his back to me. What was that for, Pebble? He's in the corner of the room with his hand pressed against the wall. Mumbling to himself, and I do my best not to startle him at all.
Bodies everywhere. Screams for help. Blood flowing. Corpses held tightly in their arms. They cry for the lost. But the lost do not answer, for they have no voice.
Yeesh. Turtle fan, hi, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well.
He feels shame, like he's responsible for all of this. But soon after, he feels nothing at all. Until he rises again. Vengeance controls his mind. It drives his clouded judgment. We see the future, as expected, but also the past. We see your death, Monarch, even if it didn't happen. Why does time play such tricks on our memories?
He turns to face me, so he knew I was here all along.
Are these memories, or perhaps echoes? That is what I wish to talk to you about, Monarch. Our mind is overwhelmed, but not in the usual sense.
Tell me more. I'd love to help.
We expected you to say that. We've heard it before. It's almost like you had no other choice. Interesting. Things are different now that we're free. So different. Exiting that prison has taken its toll on our minds. And there, our sight was limited, but not anymore. Instead of just the future, we see everything. We see the past, and consequences of actions not taken. The possibilities are infinite, and this is hard even to fathom. We must narrow our vision. These details are unimportant. We may not be of much use at the moment, Monarch. It will take some time to adjust to these new circumstances, if we choose to adjust, that is. Further evaluation is required.
Really good VAs, by the way. Oh yeah, the voice acting in this game is fantastic. Everything is important to consider, even if it didn't happen.
We see a past where we failed to save you, Monarch. You fell to your wounds, and Alestia had no hope at all. Domic, too. The failure of the rebellion was certain. Pirates rushed to help, but not led by the same leader. Ulrich sacrificed himself to use the blade and create an army. The Monarch vessels, or perhaps the created seers. Why do you say that seeing these things is important? It is death and carnage, the loss of all hope, and ultimately, death. Only one thing remains constant in all of us, the Blade of Exodus.
Learning from past failures is how we become stronger and smarter.
We saw you say this as well. It led to ruin. Our culture was always focused on avoiding the wrong future. We've never thought about seeing numerous versions of the past. But we are sure that we see these things for a reason. Perhaps there is a secret to find, or a link hidden between them all. As we travel, we will do our best to learn more about these visions. We simply wish to make you aware that they exist. It is the opposite of everything we've ever encountered. But at the end of the day, so are you. A huge anomaly.
I'm an anomaly? Okay then. I'm not sure what he means since he speaks so cryptically. But he's having visions of different pasts, not just the future. That would be jarring to me as well. I only ever saw the future. But it was almost always a future that we wanted to avoid. How could you see a different past? That was always set in stone. Let alone past so different as to detail the deaths of my comrades. There had to be a reason. He was right. But it's unlikely that we'd find an answer anytime soon. He'd have to put up with this burden for a little bit longer.
It pains us to see visions of your death, Monarch. Future or past, it is something we wish to avoid. You carry our legacy. You are everything to us. We request some time alone, if you'd give us the honor. We will do our best to focus on more positive things.
He turns back to the wall and places his hand upon it.
Sharing an apple in a back alley, a growing bond. Alcohol brings forth childhood dreams, dreams of change. You grow close to a comrade, despite their two-faced nature. A man seeks family to replace the one he never had. There is a girl who finds the strength to succeed in her friends. We wonder where we fit in amongst this group. We hope we can.
He looks down at the floor, and I take a few steps back. For now, it's probably best to leave him be. He seems overwhelmed. In his situation, I would be as well. He has to process a lot of new information. If I could find my place in all of this, so can he. Perhaps we'd have more time to talk on the boat ride. I leave for the docks, confident to help him more in the future. Well, that got a little bit deep. Hey, Step, welcome on in. Before you embark on a journey of revenge, dig 2 graves. What a stupid quote. I'm killing way more than 2 people with you. Okay, then. Probably because the other spirit idol gave you all its power. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, no, this has been a really interesting story. I mean, it's been a lot to process, I will admit, but I am enjoying the game. Alrighty then. What's this? Oh, I see, okay. Let me just save really quickly. Here, over here. No. So I guess probably back to the perfect triumvirate. Yes. Is where we go? Travel to Rebel HQ. Wait, hold on. There we go. Oh, the docks. There we go. You will be unable to return to the mainland until after Act 4. Knowing this, would you still like to set sail for Alarinthia? Say it again. I think we've done everything we can. So we should be good. Hopefully. I mean, we're going to be interacting on the boat anyway, so I guess we'll continue. I make my way to the ship as Dominic instructed. Everyone is already gathered around. Am I late? Before long, I'm spotted by a few of my friends.
Hey there, Monarch. Glad to see you made it on time. They're just about ready to leave Mazeo. I'm so excited to see what Alarinthia is like. I mean, except for the heat, of course. Yikes. But I guess there'll be plenty of time to adapt.
Yeah, I don't think our visit there will be a short one. It's kind of a tall order, forming an alliance with Alarinthia. They take their independence seriously, even more than Valen.
I think that Vivian will be our best shot. But I trust you and Dom.
God damn it, I didn't mean to click. Yeah, I don't think our visit will be a short one. It's kind of a tall order, forming an alliance with Alarinthia. They take their independence seriously even more than Valnorth. I think that Vivian will be our best shot, but I trust you and Dominic to get this done. You're a dream team, so this has to go well. Sorry, I kept on, clicking too fast. Upon hearing his name, Dominic's ears perk up. He turns around and runs to face me, excited. I'm impressed at how fast he organized this.
Monarch, perfect timing as always. I was just telling my friends about you. Here, let me introduce you to some of them.
He starts walking away, leading me to some nearby rebels. I've never seen them before, but they're lucky to be alive. The previous attack almost took everybody from us.
As your advisor, I have a few close friends. They'll provide me with counsel when you're busy. We both know that's going to be quite often, Monarch.
That much is true.
Everybody, I'd like to introduce you to the Monarch. Treat her as you treated me. She's your new leader now, and after this war, she'll be the new ruler of Alestia.
It was still overwhelming to think about. I guess I'll have to take things as they come, one step at a time. Dominic's friends take turns stepping forward, seemingly nervous.
I've heard a lot about you, Monarch. Until you arrived, you're all Damick could talk about. You have my allegiance. My sword is yours to command.
Okay.
And mine, too. Trust me, Monarch. We got this. After this is done, Alestia will belong to us. And if I'm honest, it's about damn time.
I was not expecting to see a cheetah, but alright. Such a cute design.
Yeah, the Triumvirate has ruled over us for far too long. A change is overdue. It'll keep things nice and interesting. Please, Monarch, come to me if you need any assistance at all.
Okay. As if they rehearsed this, they all step back in unison. It was nice to see that Dominic had the support of his rebels. They don't seem to hold him accountable like Hal did.
Well, I guess that's everything I needed to do. The food and supplies have all been taken aboard. Alex took care of it overnight. I guess he couldn't sleep.
I don't blame him.
Should we continue the rest on the ship? There's still a few people you need to meet. After that, we're in for a long, boring trip.
I nod and start to follow him aboard. Everybody else follows suit until we're all loaded up. This would be my first time at sea. I hope my body takes it well. Well, if you're anything like me, you'll enjoy it. But we'll see. The boat is rather large and it can easily fit all of us. Wasting no time, as soon as we're on, they prepare to set sail. Pirates run about the ship, making last-minute preparations. I even see Milos aboard, and that slightly surprises me. However, before I'm able to say anything to him, the pirates take charge. Their leader steps into the middle of the deck and shouts orders.
Come on, everybody, let's do this! They'll write about this voyage in the history books. Let's give them something memorable to read about.
His crew nod and exchange witty banter as they prepare. Fun fact, all the characters are stand-ins from various furries that pay to get their personas in. Really? Interesting, okay. It seems like life as a pirate could actually be pretty fun. I'm so glad that we chose to support him. He seems nice. I walk to the center of the ship and slowly inspect my surroundings. It's a bit packed, but that's because nobody went to the crew quarters yet. Wait, every single character, Pebble? Like, not just some of the background characters? I could tell from the outside that this place has more than enough space. As soon as Dominic sees me, he runs toward me. A few people follow behind him. More instructions? Or introductions? Pro is one I know for sure. Really? Huh. I guess it's fair. I hadn't met many of the rebels yet.
Monarch, we're almost ready to set sail. Here's the people I wanted to introduce you to. It's important for morale that you get along with our forces. However, these aren't just any rebels. These are the seers that you created back at our HQ.
Oh.
They're grateful for your gift, and I think they want to meet you.
Okay.
I'll leave you to it. Come find me if you want to chat while we sail. Something tells me there won't be much else to do. Oh well. Worst case scenario, we can get Pro to bring out his cards.
Hey, card games, let's go. With a smile, he runs off to attend to other business. Even though he stepped down, he was still a busy man. That makes a bit more sense as Sobi isn't a normal animal species. True. Even, okay. I wonder if that's the same fate that awaited me. Probably. I turn to meet these new people, ready to make friends.
I must thank you for this gift, Monarch. It was alarming at first, having all these visions. But now we know they can be used to secure victory.
We know that we may not be able to enjoy this victory, but honestly, I would give anything to serve somebody like you. All I ask is that you go on to live happy lives after the war.
Okay, first of all, Kira's design is nice. Second of all, I love her voice. Really nice. Oh, really, Pebble? Wow.
These happy lives may elude us, but we've accepted that. To give our friends a bright future, no price is too high to pay. We are yours to command, Monarch, until we are of no further use.
Wow. I nod, dismissing them. It's good to see that things went well. Honestly, creating Sears could have gone horribly wrong, horribly fast. To know that I used the blade effectively gave me great pleasure. I continue to walk along the ship, taking in everything I see. After a few steps, I notice Ulrich and Pro are lost in conversation.
Stop whining, Pro. This trip will be over before you know it. I have my complaints too, but there's nothing I can do.
But you're not scared of the sea, Ulrich.
Oh,
this is gonna be like torture, I know it. Do you know where I can find some buckets?
Oh no, poor Pro.
Getting queasy already? We haven't even set sail.
Oh man, you're making it worse.
Poor buddy. Oh, me too, Pebble. I love Pro. He's great. I laugh and continue walking. More of my comrades are talking amongst themselves. That's good. We had a long and likely boring voyage ahead. I was smitten.
But that's not Salus, right? He's been dead for a while. Oh man, I'm worried for Milas.
Yeah, honestly, Pebble, like, I am kind of between Fortem and Pro at the moment. So, I'm mainly leaning towards Pro right now.
It's weird to see him alive, but I also know it's not really him.
Are you even listening to yourself right now? I can't believe we can say these things and mean them. Like, what's going to happen with no more Spirit Realm?
Who knows? Everything we knew was wrong. At the end of the day, maybe Valinor will be fine. I don't see how some prison could have kept it warm.
Have you hit the flirt response on Pro for all of them? No. I didn't really flirt with him in, like, I more so started flirting with him during the cruise, during the crew quarters. That's when I was, like, starting to interact with him in that way. Because I kind of wanted to see how things went first. And then I was just like, okay, he's growing on me. So, yeah, just kind of went for it.
You're right. And that's amazing. Let's push all this weirdness aside and agree on that. We'll ask Salus. I mean, Hal, for sure. When we get the chance.
But yeah, mainly the interactions I've had with all the characters have been very platonic. Yeah.
Of course.
It seems that they're still digesting these events. I can't blame them. Everything is pretty crazy right now. Thankfully, we'd have plenty of time to continue digesting. Alarenthia was almost a day away. At least we get to sleep. But until then, I better make use of this time to talk to my friends. A lot had happened in the last day. To check up on them. The ship shakes slightly and I lose my balance for a moment. I guess we're setting sail? I've never actually been at sea before. Pirates run amok, as if getting to their designated workstations.
All right, everybody, here we go! We want a smooth voyage, so don't forget your schedules. Those of you with the graveyard shift, I'll make it up to you.
He climbs up the rope netting on the side of the ship and looks at the horizon. With a smile on his face, he points toward the vast body of water before us.
To the seas we go!
Yar fiddly dee. His crew repeats this as if the... Yo? Sorry, I just want to take a moment to appreciate this. Yo, this song is stunning! I might have to add this song to my playlist if I can. This is beautiful. Oh, I think it just started replaying. That is such a good song. Oh my god. Thank you for telling me the name, Bryce. I've got it up on my browser so that I can search it up later. God, this is so good. I guess this was it. We were on our way to secure an Alarinthian alliance. Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment to appreciate that song because that sounded so good. Hey Xander, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Click in the arrow in the top right will continue the story and the voyage to Alarinthia. It is highly recommended that you complete the series of onboard Heart to Hearts. I will make sure to do that. You want to see?
You are not my father.
Okay.
Do you say this to inform us, or to console yourself?
Wait, is he the son of Salus?
Huh?
This question was self-explanatory.
It's just... I should be mad at you. Furious. You defile the memory and likeness of my father.
Do we? It seems that Salus was an honorable man. Are we not carrying out his final wishes?
What?
The freedom of Alestia. The destruction of the Triumvirate. When you look at it that way, it seems as if we defile nothing.
I don't know.
What are you wishing to know?
I want to know how I should feel right now. This is just so bizarre. I have no idea what to do. Back in Valinor, things were so simple and easy.
Why must you do anything? You could mull over this development for years, you know. At the end of the day, you should do something more useful.
Like what?
This is not for us to decide, but have no worries. We will take care of this body, and using it, we will do everything we can to honor your father.
Thank you. I'll let you know if I think of anything. This might take a while for me to understand.
Very well, but please remember this. Lack of understanding is not a fault. In fact, it can be a strength. You flourished even though you did not know the truth of the spirits.
You're right. I think I need some time alone. I'll be down in the crew quarters, Hal.
Wait, what was that for, Hal? Yes, that's dumb. Alright, let's start doing the heart to hearts.
We have traveled long and come so
Put that cookie down! Now!
Okay. Dominic sits in a bed, staring down at the pendant I saw him hold back at HQ. He had faced death and came out the other side. That would change any man. But what happened while he was gone? That's a question that's been on my mind. I approached cautiously, careful not to startle him out of his reverie? Yeah. When I get close to him, he looks up at me, making no effort to hide his tears. Aww. He finally had time to process everything that happened back in those tunnels.
I was such a fool, Monarch. Shane tricked me. I was careless. I should have never let him get close to me.
Oh no.
He knew my weakness and exploited it. He made me so happy to see him again, I thought I was finally ready.
Don't start talking about heartstrings right off the bat. Weakness? What does he mean?
Will you have a seat with me, Monarch? I guess I should tell you the truth of what happened. From the sidelines, I must have looked incompetent. I mean, I'm trained in combat, you know. I should have been able to avoid Shane's dagger with ease. It's what they're all thinking, even if they don't say anything.
With my interest piqued, I sit down beside Domek. He puts the pendant in one of his pockets and turns to face me. I could tell that he's crying. I could tell his crying spell was over. He was more calm and collected.
Back during the occupation, my parents were killed. I saw them murder my father with no hesitation. Blood. Everywhere. After that, my mother took my hand and tried to find us some shelter. We didn't make it very far. We saw all the bodies in the town square, mountains of them. The ground was full of blood, almost like an ocean. If you look closely, you can still see some of the stains, even today.
Oh. This seems unrelated to Shane's attack, but I sit and listen. He told me he'd tell me the truth, so I should see where this goes.
My mother made a judgment call and did something risky. What's the one place they would never look for survivors? That's right, amongst the corpses, covered and crushed by them. I was crying, but she helped me get underneath a bunch of bodies. She played dead and lay on the outside, holding my hand as tight as she could. I remember how she kept telling me that everything would be okay. That soft whisper.
Oh. Wow.
She didn't make it very long. They found her and stabbed her over and over. I felt her wince every time. The grip of my hand got tighter and tighter. Then, after a while, it just let go. I got to feel her final moments.
Dude, stop! You're gonna make me cry!
The voice telling me that everything would be okay soon went silent. I was left there, under a pile of bodies, covered in blood. The last embrace I remember, the last time I held a hand.
Is that why he didn't want to shake hands with me before? That explains it. Oh. You poor soul.
It's not something I could ever do again. It just reminds me of that day. Now you understand how Shane made me freeze in fear and surprise. He was the only other person I told this to. He used that to trick me.
Oh, that's horrible.
And he would have killed me too, if it wasn't for you and Hal. I was finally ready to get close to somebody again, and then this happens. That's how I know Shane wasn't just acting. He played dirty, and he wanted me dead. There was so much running through my mind the moment he stabbed me. I thought perhaps he was trying to win over the triumvirate so he could get more intel. But then he stabbed me again. And again. I knew that the man I once knew was gone.
I guess he had feelings for him.
They did something to him while he was imprisoned. They won him over. I don't know how they did it, but they turned him into a completely different person. We must never let another one of our allies fall under their thrall. Never.
Can I just say that the actor playing Domek is doing an amazing job in this scene? Like, oh my god, he did phenomenal. I could feel I could feel the pain in his voice. I could feel the emotions. I nod, agreeing with Domek. That was a horrible story. Going through that as a child? His aversion to physical contact makes perfect sense now. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just saying. And Shane is an awful person. Haven't taken advantage of that. Startling Domek, making him relive those memories and killing him. That was despicable.
Sorry for dropping all of that on you, Monarch. I just needed to tell somebody. It was eating away at me. And I trust you. I know you'd never do anything like Shane did.
I don't blame him if it was eating away at him. I'm sure it would have done the same to me if I was in his shoes. That goes without saying. However, the room soon falls to silence. Dominic fidgets awkwardly, clearly nervous.
Well, I guess that's enough to kill any conversation. Like I said, I'm sorry for dropping all of that on you. Anything else you need to say to me while you can?
I don't know what to go with here. I'm debating between I'm so sorry that happened to you or not everybody will hurt you. Let's go with this one. I think this is probably what I would do. I think this is what I would say. I'm so sorry that happened to you. It's all so awful.
Thank you for understanding, Monarch. But I don't need anything more than that, so no sympathy. It was a long time ago, and I just want you to see things differently. There are those that think I'm incompetent because of what happened. But as long as one person truly understands, well, that's all I ever need. I was uncertain at first, but now I'm not. Telling you was a good idea.
He smiles and gets out of the bed. I do so as well. I could tell that he was ready to end this conversation.
Well, shall we call it then? I think this is as good a time as any. Let that new information process for a while. When it comes to my past, that's about it. From now on, we can look to the future. I hope it's just as bright as I picture it.
With that, he walks away from me and back up to the deck. I was glad that he liked me enough to tell me about his past. It was my duty to never take advantage of that, like Shane did. Wow, and I didn't trust Dominic to begin with. Just because I thought it was weird that he didn't want to shake my hand. But now I understand. Let's do Hal next. Just gonna go in order, I think. Well, for the most part, anyway. Hal stares off into the ocean, deep in contemplation. I imagine that he'd have a lot to think about, and a lot to process. Last time we talked, he seemed conflicted about whether or not he fit in.
Monarch.
He turns to face me and gives me a small wave, welcoming me. I stand beside him, and we stare off into the ocean together. The sun causes it to glisten, sparkling with a gentle beauty.
We're still conflicted. These thoughts won't go away. Visions of needless violence and senseless destruction. You may tell us that they aren't real, but we are unsure. The emotions that well up within us are far too real. Is it possible for fake events to elicit real emotions?
Yes.
Or are we perhaps hearing echoes of the past?
It is possible for fake events to cause real emotions. The amount of fake scenarios that I've had in my mind is ridiculous. That I ended up feeling real and then it ended up bumming me out or something. So yeah, no, it can happen. Echoes of the past? What does he mean? Hey Silver, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well.
Let us phrase it differently. You know visions, yes? The monarchy used them to guide us to the best possible future. How can you know that best possible future without trial and error? There would still be many futures left unseen and many pasts avoided. Knowing one true course of action requires disregarding millions of wrong ones. What if we are simply seeing these many avenues, almost like our visions have evolved?
Doing alright, very rainy today? That's the April showers.
If not evolved, then perhaps gotten muddled. Rather than see the one important future, we see everything. We do not know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, Monarch.
Kinda makes sense when you think about it. Seeing the best possible future was like one side of a coin. The other side still exists and it's left covered up, unseen. Many wrong futures, many wrong choices made. The mind likely blocked these out for a reason. Maybe he's sensitive after escaping his prison.
If this is true, then we exist unbound from time. A string in a labyrinth, with no one holding the other side. No one to tug. No one to guide us in the right direction.
Must quantum mechanics run out? What do you mean? The multiverse is a theoretical framework suggesting our universe is one of many possible infinite distinctive universes known as parallel universes. Yeah.
No one, of course, except for you. Our visions may be useless at the moment, but are yours. We would recommend that you try inducing a vision, Monarch. Not right now, of course, but in your own time. However, when you do, we would request a favor. If you see the future, embrace it, but also look into the past.
Every choice and decision makes a possible universe? Yeah, it does.
The future you see blossoms from choice and consequence. Look back at those choices made, and conjure up the choices unmade. The loss, the heartbreak, the death. Maybe then you will know what pains us.
Hal sees visions of possible events yet to come true in this universe, basically. Yeah. He's plagued with bad visions. He no longer sees the one true future. He sees everything. And that is a curse that I would wish upon nobody. I can't even imagine how many times he's seen us all die. For what?
There is only one thing that remains constant throughout these visions. Yourself, the Blade of Exodus, and the death it feeds off of. There is something self-serving about all three of these things. You always have that blade, and the people around you always die. When they do, it's almost like that makes the blade more powerful. It's like there's an essence released from our bodies when we pass on. But is that the essence of life, or the essence of death? Perhaps that is a choice the wielder of the blade must make. What do you think, Monarch? Is that energy life, or is it death?
I will make the decision right after the ads. Not that it's a not that it's a very important one, but still. Excuse me. I can't get over the music in this game. It's just gorgeous. Eepy kitty, I'm always eepy. I hope the rain stops soon. It's also adding to Ankle being unhappy. Oh no, that's not good. And Boiger, where? Morgan. Oh, there it is. Saw something on Ferality's Telegram group. Which, speaking of, I'm gonna have to start prepping for that soon. For those that didn't hear, I got accepted for the Ferality's Dealer Den this year. So if any of you are attending Ferality, you'll see me there. Excited for you for that? Yeah, thank you. I was not expecting to get in. I was genuinely shocked. Because I've applied for the last couple of years and never got in. And the fact that I got in this year, I'm just like, oh, okay. Love the music for this game. It's so good. It's so beautiful. Like Fox and More, and I think there was one other person that made the music. They did a fantastic job. And I have to go and take a picture. I am thinking about maybe having like a offer at Ferality where you can get a discount for commissions if you use a certain code or something rather. That's what I'm thinking anyway, but I'll have to see how I can go about it. I think my mom also says she wants to see sites when she's here. Oh, yeah, okay. But yeah, if anything, the fact that I'm going to be in the dealer's den this year, that gives me all the more reason to actually attend Ferality this year. So yeah. I attended Ferality, I think, a couple of years ago. I haven't been back since, just because I haven't had time or a reason for it. It's funny because I talked to with Clace on the regular. Oh, really? Oh, is that one of the runners for Ferality? Yeah, it's gonna be tricky trying to figure out. Oh no? Okay, never mind. I went to Somna last year. It was good, though friends made it what it was. Yeah. That was the same for me when I attended. I forgot what the theme was now. Or what the... Yeah, I forgot what it was now. But I got to hang out... I got to hang out with people that I normally wouldn't. Which was really, really nice. Like, I know I hung out with Diffuse Moose for a little bit. I even met, I ran into someone who apparently knew me from the DeviantArt days, which shocked me. I was just like, oh, okay. So that was a big surprise for me. I'm trying to think, who else did I get to hang out with? I think CB was another one, but I don't remember. Oh, they made the game. Oh, okay. That's awesome. I went to Somnala. Oh no, I already read that. Ultra seems neat, even if it's a new style than they've tried before. Yeah. I think it's like a retro theme this year. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing. I don't remember. Let me double check. Morality Silva. No, it wasn't Silva. It was like a retro neon punk style. Yeah. No, it wasn't Silva that I went to. It was oh jeez. What was it? It was like let me go onto Feraldi's website real quick. God, I wish I remembered. Hang on, would it be on my ticket? Hold on. See if I can find my ticket. We'll go back to the thing in a second. I'm just curious. I don't remember what email I used to purchase the ticket. Well, come on. Come on. Rabbit holing here a little bit. um. Oh wow, it was longer than I thought. It was Aqua. That's the one I went to. Ferality Aqua. Okay, yeah, so that's the last Ferality I went to. Jeez, that was in 2022. I didn't realize how long ago that was. Sheesh. Yeah, so it's been a hot minute. And as I said, like, the last couple of years, I've been trying to apply for a Ferality for the dealer's den, and it didn't get accepted, so yeah, this was a shocker for me. Anyway, but let's get back into the game. I know the ads finished a little while ago. I do apologize. Alrighty then. So I think I'm gonna go with this one. When we die, I think our spirit is released. That's our life.
An interesting thought, to say the least. If it's up to the wielder, at least we know where you stand. That blade is such a mysterious thing, and it grows ever stronger.
He's almost cryptically telling me what I already know. I know that the blade deals with the spirits of its victims. The Triumvirate used it to create their own massive army. Even if it kept a portion of every soul, it would get stronger with every kill. That, combined with the power of the monarchy inside, immense power. A bit ironic if a portion of everybody the Triumvirate killed was used to end them.
We wonder if you possess this ability as well, to see the past, even when you stand in the present. Is that a curse meant only for us, or a gift to be further honed? It eludes our understanding, and we wish to know for sure. When we come back to the mainland, please return to Valenorth. Close your eyes, concentrate on the past, and talk to your comrades. Do they speak as they do now, or as they did back then? We think that this answer will be very enlightening for us, and if it is, then maybe you can understand our plight. How do we know where we are if our surroundings fluctuate? What if we already had this conversation, and this is but an echo? Perhaps we reside at the end of time, simply witnessing our demise.
Okay, now he's lost me. Yeah, no, I'm lost.
Sorry, we must appear insane. It's just hard, not being grounded in the present. The one downside of visions, being lost in time.
The way he said sorry, is he Canadian?
Dreaming of that brighter future, and ignoring the present, looking back on the past, and focusing on our mistakes. We experience this tenfold, even mistakes we did not make. When we see your death, we feel pain, a pain worse than death, the loss of hope. That blade falls to the ground, coated in your blood. Comrades scream in agony as they befall the same fate. Then why do we stand there, only capable of watching? We wish to help you avoid this fate. That is our duty. We apologize for the lack of sense, Monarch. Your time is more valuable than that, limited as it is. Perhaps next time, we will make more sense of everything. But try not to forget our advice and our request. We know there is a purpose for all of this. There must be. Together, we will find it, rather than stand here and complain.
Fox!
I made a stream.
Oh my god. Fox, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 48 months. Thank you so much, dude. That's a long time of support. Jesus Christ. I hope you're doing well, dude. I nod before leaving him behind. He was suffering. I could tell. I had enough trouble dealing with visions of the future. I almost feel tortured. If there was anything I could do to help him out, I'd have to do it when I had the chance. It's possible that his body just doesn't know how to handle all of that energy. I was trained at a young age to handle it, so I had a grasp on what I should be doing. Is it possible that, unless trained, someone's mind could be lost in the sea of time? Doing very well? Heck yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Perhaps, I suppose. But that is a topic for another day. I returned to the deck of the ship, keeping a watchful eye on my comrades. On my watch, they would never meet the grisly fate that Hal had witnessed. For a moment, I decided to stare into the sea, watching the waves and ripples. I could have looked ahead to the future, toward Alarinthia, our final destination. But for a moment, I considered looking away from the path we've set in stone. The sea continues to move, living a life of its own, despite our interference. Oh, dude, I love staring out at the ocean. I could do it all day if I could. Let's go to 410 paces around the deck of the ship, deep in thought. Everything changed over the last few days, so this was insane. I hope he's handling it well. I'd better go see how he's doing.
Hey there, Monarch. There's something that's been driving me insane. You know how we were all freaking out about Valenorth?
Yeah?
Without the heat from the spirits, it'd freeze over and die. I mean, we believed it, but right now, it doesn't make any sense. The spirit realm is a prison, right? Nothing mystical or beneficial. It matches up with what people outside of Valenorth were saying. We were just superstitious and lived in a unique location. The monarchy gave us visions, and nothing more. We'll have to ask Howl the moment we get the chance. If it's like I think it is, then Valenorth will be fine. No risk at all. As hard as these truths are to believe, they do have their benefits.
In talking to me, he stopped his pacing and he looks happy. Hey Mike, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. It's true that a lot of our beliefs are shattered, but that's not a bad thing. A new understanding of the world gave us a new angle to tackle our problems from.
At least it'll make my leadership of Valenorth a lot easier. The one major problem I had to take care of, completely eliminated. I couldn't ask for anything better. It's almost like one last gift from the spirits.
Heck yeah.
Let's just hope we get lucky like that in Alarinthia. Securing an alliance with barbarians sounds super difficult. They're stubborn in their tradition, just like Valenorth is known to be. But their tradition isn't steeped in the spirits like ours was. At the end of the day, will they even care about any of this? They almost live a world away, untouched by our problems.
I mean, if people in Valenorth can change, then they could probably change.
No point worrying about things out of our control, right? Maybe we should talk about something we do have power over. Remember that climbing gear Pro gave me money for? Well, check it out.
Wanders over to a bag on the deck and reaches inside. A few moments later, he produces some clawed metallic objects. It appears that there's one pair for your feet and one for your hands.
They're adjustable, so you can wear them no matter what. You don't need to look for a foothold anymore. You can make them yourself. As long as you're strong enough, there's nothing you can't climb, Monarch. I know what I'm doing as soon as we get back. I'm heading to Valenorth and climbing the Grand Tree. I want you to join me. It'll be a good place for you to learn. I know what you're thinking, though. Why would I learn to climb on something so difficult? Well, you have gear now. I never did. It's a huge advantage. The only thing holding you back will be your energy. But with everything we've been through, this should be simple. I think it'll only take a few hours to climb, if I'm totally honest. I'll bring us a backpack with a bunch of water. Or maybe we should split that over 2 backpacks. Don't want to make one of us carry too much weight.
So cute, needs a lot of hugs. He's adorable. He puts the climbing gear back in the bag, clearly excited. It's a breath of fresh air to hear him talk about this stuff so passionately. Everybody else is so concerned about the war. It's nice to just push that aside.
Anyway, it'll be nice to make some history together. Not many people can say they've been to the top of the Grand Tree. Maybe we'll start a trend, a sort of coming-of-age thing, you know?
I don't think I've seen him this excited in a long time. For a moment, it feels like all of my worries have simply washed away. They've slipped into the ocean, becoming nothing more than gentle ripples. Thank you for Alexander. Wotan starts to walk around the ship again and stretch his body. It's almost like he's preparing for the marathon of a lifetime. Of course, this had been a lifelong dream of his after all.
I know there's so much danger in our future, but there's happiness too, you know? Lots to look forward to in the end. Besides, I doubt I'll be key to our Alorinthian alliance, so in the meantime, there's not really anything else I can do. I've been practicing my climbing on the netting of the ship. People are worried that I'll fall off, but I tell them not to worry. It's very rare that I fall off, and I usually shake it off pretty quickly. I saw some of them get together and make some betting pools. It's a pretty boring voyage, so they make their own entertainment. I suddenly start to know why pirates enjoy fighting and gambling so much. When you're out at sea, there's just nothing much to do. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, when you're out in the ocean for a long period of time, yeah, you need to occupy yourself.
I'd go insane if I were a pirate. I just know it. After this war, I think I want to settle down on the mainland. Sailing isn't for me. I can say that with absolute certainty.
Fair. I'm not sure this life is for me either. It's just different. Battle North was a completely different atmosphere than any of this. Even Mazeo was a bit of a culture shock to me and my friends. I can't even imagine what Alarinthia and Balteus will be like. I look off to the horizon. It must still be pretty far away. There's no sign of land ahead. How much farther to go?
Sorry for rambling on, but yeah, there's nothing else to do. I bet the other people will be able to keep your interest longer. But before you go, I have just one question to ask you.
Yeah? He stops stretching and walks right up to me with a sly smirk.
Do we make it to the top or do we fail? What's your bet, Monarch? And no refusing. We're on a pirate ship, so we need to act like pirates.
Okay. I say we make it all the way to the top and make history, or I say we try our best but don't make it all the way to the top. I'm not sure what to pick here. I'm guessing this is about climbing the tree. On a pirate ship, we need to act like pirates. I saw that. Let's be optimistic. I say we make it all the way to the top and make history.
Optimism? I love it! The other pirates didn't share that trait. They seem to actually look forward to failure. Though I guess that would be fun to watch. Can you imagine if I fell on the netting into the sea? They'd probably stand by and laugh rather than help.
What is going on outside? I guess it's just kids having fun out there. Just hearing a lot of screaming. No. I don't think they... Well, it's not intentional. Hey, Caustic, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well.
I guess we can figure that out when the time comes. Which, as I'm starting to realize, is pretty darn soon. Think of some ideas in your off time, alright?
But yeah, the game's gone alright. We certainly have had to make some very tough decisions, that's for sure.
We'll announce the terms before we climb.
Yeah, you guys probably couldn't hear it, but there was like kids screaming outside. With a smirk and a wink, he quickly runs off on his way. Full of energy, it seems. Or perhaps he's going stir crazy. I don't blame him. Being stuck at sea with nothing else to do. I guess our goal was clear. We climbed the Grand Tree. That is, if we even made it back from Alarenthia in one piece. His ability to focus on the positive stuff during war is admirable. Must be all the adrenaline from the Mario Galaxy movie? No, I think it's because of the fact that it's sunny outside. I think that's why. Kids are just making the most out of the nice weather. Admirable, if not a bit naive. Hopefully I could join in his positivity. I hate the fact that I can relate to that. But this blade on my back, both literally and figuratively, weighs me down. Making it funny? Oh, fair enough. I might leave it on the surface when we climb. Yeah, that would make things easier. A lot easier. Hortem's loyalty scene is now available when you return to the mainland. Oh boy, alright. The game will notify you when you have access to the loyalty scene system. Loyalty scenes can be initiated by clicking that character at the war table. Oh boy. Alright. Go to Auric. I made my way down to the ship cabin and see Ulrich sitting on a bed. At least, whatever passes for a bed aboard a somewhat cramped ship. He's sharpening his sword, clearly exerting himself as he does so.
Hey there, Monarch. As you can see, I'm getting ready for combat. I give it 2 days before we are dragged into conflict.
Yeah, probably.
They don't use words to resolve things in Alarinthia. It's always a duel or a tournament. That's all they do. When we are there, we might as well speak their language.
He smirks as if the promise of action is exciting for him. He did hate Alarinthia, but he also loved combat. It was his nature. Hopefully he gets to tackle a challenge worthy of his skill while we're there.
Gotta make the most of a bad situation, right? I'll get to give my sword arm a real challenge. What about you, Monarch? Excited for this?
I don't know what to go with here. I think after the big decision that we had to make, I probably would end up going with this one. I feel like this is the most accurate that I would go with. Wish we wouldn't have to resort to violence, Ulrich.
Sometimes it's necessary. You can't avoid it. Especially with what happened back at the Rebel HQ.
Yeah.
Do you think we could have responded with a warm hug?
Oh, no.
Do you think words could have stopped their assault? No, it's foolish to think that, but it's an admirable dream to have. Maybe after this war, in the New World, we can resolve things peacefully.
What did you decide? So I decided to make an army of seers, and I decided for Dominic to be my advisor.
But not while we're under the Triumvirate's thumb, not at all. They only know war. They kill and they steal to get what they want. Until we are in power, all we can do is respond to them in kind.
Hey Zephyr, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. I mean, Ulrich, he means well. His background isn't exactly the greatest from what I understand. He's definitely not my type, as I've said before, but yeah.
But I'm guessing you didn't come down here for a lecture. Have a seat. There's something I'd like to talk to you about.
I nod and I sit down beside him. He continues sharpening his sword and I watch. Interesting trade-off. It was a hard decision to make, because, like, you could have the Monarch vessels, but then they feel extreme pain, and not even death can release that pain. But then you have the Seers, where they just become brain dead after the war. And I was just like, oh god, I don't know what's the best option here, so I just went with the Sears. Like, we spent about 10 minutes, I think, trying to decide what to go with. Must have gotten worn out during the battle back at HQ.
I don't want to scare you, and I'm not really hiding anything. But we are about to go to my homeland. You might hear things. Can you promise me something, Monarch? No matter what happens. Remember me for the things I've done for you and the rebellion. No matter what you hear about me or my past, please, don't judge me. I wouldn't judge you based on your past, so I expect the same from you.
I nod. I could afford him that courtesy, as long as he's not hiding anything in anus. But he doesn't seem like the type. He's truly devoted his life to the same cause as me.
Good. Then that's pretty much everything I had to say. I was really worried. I wasn't sure how to handle that topic. So rather than overthinking it, I just shot straight. Thank you. It was especially hard since you're such a powerful figure. I'd hate to get on your bad side, so I need to be fully open. I have a few secrets, as we all do, but nothing really bad.
I'd hope not.
If you don't find out in Alarinthia, I'll probably tell you myself. In fact, maybe it would mean more if it came directly from me. Sorry, I must sound stupid. I'm not really good at this kind of stuff.
I figured.
Talking about myself is hard. It definitely helps to get drunk. But ale was something they didn't think to pack for this voyage. Maybe I'll pull some strings so the ride back can be more lively.
Yeah, I had a feeling that alcohol is like a way for him to sort of like unwind. But not only to unwind, but to like be more open, I suppose. I'd imagine he's gotten himself drunk so many times. And has been more open during those times. Some people get more done in a short lifespan than others who live over 100 years. It's how much time you have. It's not how much time you have. It's what you do with the time you have. Yeah. It gives me another one of those trademark smirks. I get the feeling that he really does use alcohol as a social crutch. Yeah, I kind of got that from the get-go. He's much more open and lively while under the influence. Is that bad? Yes, that can be bad. I guess it's not my place to say. As long as it doesn't get in the way of his duty. I mean, fair. Something told me that our visit to Alarinthia would put him in the spotlight more than ever. I get up from the bed and turn around to face him. Continues working his sword.
Sorry I didn't have much to say. I guess I'm a little shy. But it'll all make sense in time. I can promise you that. When that time comes, you need to keep your promise.
He's really pushing this promise thing. Should I be concerned? I'd hate for him to use it as a leverage if some horrible secret came to light. Thankfully, I see Ulrich as a good person. He wouldn't hide anything bad from us. Like he said, it all makes sense in time. All I can really do is go about my business and wait. Suddenly, I'm more excited about our journey to Alarinthia. Both Alestia and my comrades were slowly opening up to me. In the last few days, everything had changed. What else would change? That thought fills me with both excitement and fright at the same time. Okay. Let's go to Valessa. Step toward Valessa, who has her hands on the ship's railing. She seems lost in thought, but who wouldn't be after recent events? Careful not to startle her, I simply stand beside her and rest my hands too.
You know, for once I thought things were going well. We had an army, and it seemed like our objective was clear, but they outsmarted us. They caught us off guard. We were careless. They always say to be cautious if things are going too well. especially in war. We got blinded by the victory we thought we secured. Nobody thought to question our course of action, or Domic's orders. And to top it all off, you don't need a scribe anymore. Vortim gets to lead our nation, and I'm left with nothing?
Oh.
That's hardly fair. Now I have no idea what to do with myself. I just wish things could be clear, like they used to be. If things were difficult, our future was certain. We don't even know if we can secure this alliance.
Don't worry, Valessa. We'll make things work out.
I want to believe you, but I'm just not sure. We thought things would work out back at the Rebel HQ. Look how that turned out, Monarch. We were reckless. I don't want to sound mean, but I don't share those thoughts. It's important to take a step back and look at the big picture. That way, you don't get blinded and act based on your ego.
She lets out a loud sigh as we stare off into the horizon. The slow rocking of the ship pushes us closer together. With the distance closed, I can hear her more clearly. There's definitely more on her mind, I can tell. But I can't force her to open up, so I stand there in silence. My ears are open to her, as long as she decides to speak.
I was so lost in thought, I couldn't sleep last night. I decided to help Alex prepare the ship for our voyage. We got to talking, and he told me something shocking.
Oh?
I'm not even sure if I should tell you this, Monarch, but I guess it's something you deserve to know. Remember how those people recognized us?
Yeah? She must be talking about Grizz and Grayson. They both recognized us when we first met.
They recognized us too. Immediately. I assumed it's because they knew our parents. But then they told me how they knew them.
She closes her eyes and looks up to the sky.
Our parents were pirates, Monarch. Feared, hated, legendary pirates. Sure explains their trips to Museo.
Oh, okay.
At first I didn't believe it. I was lost in denial, but they kept telling me more and more, and I had to accept it. I always pictured our parents as these perfect, untarnished people.
Our parents, like, nobody's parents are ever perfect. They will all, like, you'll find out something they did that you never would have expected they'd done.
But they were killers. They broke the law. They pillaged. They were part of the reason the Triumvirate launched the occupation. I know what you're going to say. They wanted the idol. Piracy was a cover.
Just to clarify, though, I'm not saying that that any of our parents were murderers or anything like that. I'm just saying that parents are never perfect. Yeah, we found out that I'm supposedly the queen. So, okay. I'm part of a monarchy, I guess.
And while you may be right, the excuse was still valid. At the end of the day, piracy was running rampant throughout Museo. Our parents played a part in giving them this perfect excuse. Don't you see?
Yas, queen.
And in doing so, they are partly responsible for all of those deaths. We always thought they were innocent victims. But were they really? Honestly, I doubt I'll be doing much sleep tonight either, Monarch.
You need to get some sleep at some point. She lets out another sigh, even more exasperated than the last one.
Let's sum it up, shall we? There's no more spirit realm. Our belief system was shattered. Almost the entire rebellion was killed in action. We were tricked. And to top it all off, I'm the daughter of some ruthless pirate killers. How am I supposed to process all of this? How will you? Your parents, my parents, Fortin's parents, all 6 of them. They're not the people we thought they were. What do we do?
All we can do is be better people than they were. She nods without offering a reply of her own. But I know she understands. this doesn't change much. The goals and the journey ahead of us would remain the same.
I'm just so lost, Monarch.
Honestly, part of me feels the same way. In that moment, there's nothing left to say. We stare off into the ocean, together. This was a turning point in all of our lives. How we handle things would define who we become, or who we became. Our conversation ends with that thought, bringing both hope and despair. Oh boy. Serena's voice is great as a narrator. Oh, thank you. Alright, we saved the best for last. Let's go to Pro. I see Pro sitting at one of the beds, striking a match. He uses it to light some nearby candles, creating a laid-back atmosphere. Is he trying to prepare something for us? The candle slowly fills the crew quarters with a sweet aroma. Very relaxing.
Hey there, Monarch. Perfect timing, actually. I wanted to talk to you.
Oh, yeah?
We were supposed to have a date, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we wanted to see if we, click or whatever. I'm glad we decided to start slow without making mistakes.
Yeah. So, Fox is throwing candy at me? Okay, then.
So, wanna have a seat? We can get things started. The candles are supposed to be relaxing, something about aromatherapy. I never really looked into it, but I'm scared of water, so I needed help.
You know why? Completely fair. I sit down beside Pro on the bed, already one fact richer. So he was scared of water? He must not have fun, or he must not be having much fun. Hal informed us about the true nature of the spirits, that they are former members of the civilization known as the monarchy, and since we, as the main character, have both their spirits within ourselves and the sword, we're effectively their leader / monarch. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Makes me wonder what else I don't know about him. He's a mystery.
You should tell me about yourself, Monarch. And this is because I'm genuinely interested, I swear. Whatever you tell me, I'll never write down in any books.
Right, yeah, he was saying about wanting to write a book at some point. Scared of water? Then how do you hydrate? Lord knows.
That's what friends do, right? Confide in each other? I know I always talk about writing books and conducting interviews, but the truth is, this time, I want to keep things between the two of us.
Oh, yeah? I nod and tell him a random fact about myself. Nothing harmful, just small. He smiles and we start to exchange facts about each other. He seems really happy. The pressure not to write any of this down and treat me like a subject must be relieving.
Everyone always treats me with such apprehension, you know? Like, anything they tell me, I'll turn around and use it against them. That is a part of my business, but it's not like I want to do things that way. I hope people don't treat me that way after the war is over. I'm quitting this swindler's life as soon as I get the chance. I'll still write, but I won't use information as a weapon. Ever. Instead, I'll use it to help those in need. You know, I've done it before and it feels good. Information can either be a sharp knife or a warm embrace.
It's true.
Weird metaphor, I know. But like I said, I'm no fiction writer. I prefer to focus on stuff that's real, like people and their actions. They ripple outwards, affecting people in ways they'd never know.
Pro the bad boy, everyone wants to fix him.
Of course, that's something that applies to normal people. There's nothing normal about you, Monarch. No offense, of course. You're going to be in charge of the entire world after this war is over.
How dare you not call me normal? I'm just kidding. What is normal anyway? No, he's a precious boy. Leave him alone. Wow, talk about putting the pressure on. Pro senses this and changes the subject.
Can I tell you a little secret? Maybe it'll make you see things differently. You know, so you won't picture me as a bad person.
Go on.
I can tell that a lot of people do, even if they don't say it. But all I'm doing is helping Damek win this war in the best way I can. It's not my fault I'm like this. All I can do is play with the hand I've been dealt.
He smiles, but suddenly a wave of fear overtakes my entire body. It's true, Fox. Just some weird cat outside. Shut my eyes tightly as that last phrase echoes through my mind. Where did I hear that before? Oh, right, during my visions. When I first touched the Blade of Exodus back in Valinor, the series of visions ended with me getting stabbed by a man. A man that unfortunately I'm now able to identify as Pro. Oh! 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 Interesting. He lets out a loud sigh and slowly rests his hand on top of mine. A few moments later, he intertwines his fingers with mine, smiling. Today is brought to you by the letter O. Oh my goodness. My heart beats incredibly fast as his revelation processes itself. What's going on? Why would he do that?
There was this little boy who got abandoned by his parents. He didn't know why, and that hurt him so much. Maybe they just didn't want him. But why? What did he ever do to them? It made no sense, and he hated that. He had to grow up on the streets, living on the scraps that other people threw away. It wasn't just his parents, you know. It almost seemed like nobody wanted him at all. That just made things worse. Can you imagine feeling unwanted by the world?
As he starts telling me the story, the anxiety slowly dissipates. Pro was a swindler, right? Maybe he was only pretending to kill me. I don't think Pro could hurt me. There must be a deeper meaning here.
He started to pick up on people's secrets. You know, just little things. After a while, he found out that people would pay anything to learn these secrets. As a teenager, he used this ability to live a luxurious life of gluttony and sloth.
That's like a thing we could talk to our interpreter about.
He knew secrets that could topple cities or destroy people's relationships. But none of that gave him satisfaction, because there was one thing he never knew. Why his parents abandoned him. Why they didn't want him. Did he deserve it? It was too humiliating to admit, so he made up another story. His parents died during the occupation. That was much less embarrassing. Everybody believed him, and that helped him fit in with a new group of people. This new group of people, the rebellion, wanted to use his skills for good. They accepted him with open arms, which is something nobody had ever done before. He knew he found his place in the world, and since then, he served his new family.
Aww.
He keeps prodding the locals for information, picking up all sorts of secrets. He wants to know why people do the things they do, and what motivates them. He does this so nobody has to suffer like he did. Simply not knowing the reason.
I notice he starts to get sad and tears are forming in his eyes. Oh no! He's talking about himself. He's the boy in the story. I can tell. Half's telling me as if it were a story and made it easier for him.
So everybody thinks this guy is bad. A blackmailer and a swindler. He might be right, but it's just how he grew up. He had no control. He had nobody to show him how to act. Nobody to care or love him.
Stop! You're gonna talk about heartstrings! Bro, you nearly made me cry with Domek earlier. Don't start making me cry again. Dude, can I just say, Sean did an amazing job playing as Pro here. Oh my god.
At least, until now.
He squeezes my hand tighter and then sits up on the bed. My heart! Resting on his knees, he makes sure his face is level to mine.
I'm sure you've already guessed it, but the boy is me. Every action has a reason. Even mine, as bad as the actions are. I only want to see my parents again, face to face, and ask them.
Stop! Oh my god! I can't! Bro!
Why did they hate me? Why did they throw me away like garbage? If they weren't proud of me, are they proud now?
I can't. Oh my god. It doesn't help that Sean's acting here is fantastic. I feel every single emotion. Oh my god, Melina.
I'd do anything to learn where they are right now. Follow any order, take any course of action. I hope you can understand, Monarch.
I nod and raise my free hand up to stroke the side of his face. He lets out a soft gasping response and looks directly in my eyes.
Thank you.
Stop! Stop, you're gonna make me cry! Sean, you're killing me with your acting right now. I know he's not here, but oh my god. Oh, we're so precious. Oh my god. Come on. I lean in closer and lower my hand to the down to his side. Oh. We kiss and I could feel him tremble softly as if he's shy. A single tear trails from his eyes as our lips press together. No matter what happened, he'd always be welcome at my side. Stop! This is too wholesome! We continue to kiss, the sweet scent of the candle slowly filling the room. Perfect atmosphere. Perfect mood to express our feelings for one another. What? I can't! Bro! You can't do this to me! Oh my god.
We have traveled long and come so far upon
Oh my god.
and we've seen mountain high,
Yeah, there goes the kitty. I'm gone. That was so cute. Thank you for the bets. Oh my goodness. Well, you know what? I think now is the perfect time to make the. No, I'm not. I'm not sad. Just had a very cute moment. I think now is the perfect time to wrap up the stream. We're about to reach the 5-hour mark. But that was a perfect way to end today's stream, to be fair. So. Yes. Oh. Make Kitty a deal. Oh. Did you find significant meaning out of the story? Yeah. Thank you for the pet. Takes Kitty, holds gently like hamburger. Oh. I'm just kind of enjoying the song right now, once again. Oh my goodness. Alrighty then. But yeah, guys, we will return to this next week and see where it takes us.